Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Randall, I don't see you, but you need 13 members, and I think you're close. I think if everybody popped up on screen, that's 12. You need 13 members for a quorum.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mhm.
I should be on your screen now. I see Michelle said she's trying to get video.
And I'm on the phone with Jill trying to get her connected. Randall, you have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And
Okay,
Hannah's prepared to do roll call at the beginning to start the meeting.
Pardon?
Hannah is prepared to do roll call.
Okay, great. Thank you, Hannah. And so, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the quarterly Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council meeting this morning. I'm your chair, Randall Brown. I want to welcome you all today. Thank you to all our members who are present. And for those that are trying to get on, hopefully they should join us soon. Thank you to all our guests and visitors. Okay, and Hannah, would you please begin the roll call for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Baravecchio,
Here.
Ms. Bazil,
Here.
Ms. Bayham, Mr. Billings, Ms. Setnar,
Here.
Ms. Cosse, Ms. Dejan,
Here.
Ms. Guillory,
Here.
Ms. Hagan,
Here.
Ms. Hayno, Ms. Hemel, Mr. Iddens, Mr. Iddens, I see you, but I can't hear you.
Here.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
It's okay. Miss Katzman,
Here.
Dr. McKee,
Here.
Mr. Nguyen,
Here.
Mr. Patty, Miss Pulitzola,
Here.
Miss Preston,
Here.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Rivera,
Here.
Miss Saunier,
Here.
Miss Tarver, Miss Wagner, Miss White, Dr. Wilson, Mr. Brown,
Present.
and I believe Miss Bayham.
Yes,
Miss Bayham.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
It's okay. And Miss White just called me, so I will see, help her get on.
Dr. Wilson is
Thank
here
you.
as well, Hannah.
Okay. Dr. Wilson.
Okay, welcome everyone. Again, good morning. Would our guests like to introduce themselves quickly?
Hey, Randall, it's Mary Tarver. I just got on.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mary. Welcome.
Liz Gary, parent from Region 9.
Thank you, Liz. And good morning.
Good morning. It's Susan Reen, Families Helping Families, Southwest Louisiana.
Good morning, Susan.
Good morning. This is Charlie Michaud with Byland Families Helping Families.
Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Randall. This is Annie Comer from Region 9, a parent and a business owner.
Good morning, Annie.
Sorry, I'm late, y'all.
Okay, good morning.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
Joe. If that's all the introductions we have at the moment, are we ready to go over the procedures for today, Sean?
Yes, sir. Can y'all see them?
And just so everyone knows, these are our procedures and protocols for today, because usually we have our ground rules, but today is of course a bit different, being our first ever online meeting. So these are our established protocols that we have been following since the beginning of the pandemic. So this will be the rules for today's meeting as well. And they're for everyone to take a look at quickly and familiarize with. And I do ask your patience today as well. Being the first time we've ever done this, there will be some glitches and things we have to work out as we go. So please, everyone, be patient. And we thank you for bearing with us today.
So Randall, if I may, for the participants who've not tried to electronically raise your hand, if you go in the bottom of your scroll bar, there's a little box that says participants. And pardon me if what I see is sometimes different from what y'all see, but if you click that box, it'll open up and another box, and then you can, on the bottom right of that box, there's 3 little dots. And if you click that, there's a way for you to raise your hand within there. There's also a chat feature, which if you click chat, and then we recommend you make sure you click, you're sending it to all panelists and attendees, all the chats, so everyone can see what is ever publicly presented. Staff will be monitoring the hands that are raised electronically and be queuing Chairman Brown. We'll be monitoring comments and providing him with indications of when there are comments in the chat box. And this is also being broadcast on YouTube. I don't see it on YouTube, but I'm assuming that's done already. And we have staff who are monitoring YouTube comments as well. So they will be queuing the chairman for when those comments come into play. And if y'all have any questions, please do not hesitate to seek guidance, because we're, as Randall said, we're trying to figure this out so that everyone can participate. Thank you.
And Sean, we are streaming live on YouTube.
Thank you. I have other screens open. I can't see.
I thought that was the case, but we are showing and streaming live on YouTube at the moment.
Okay.
Has everyone had adequate time to familiarize yourself with the procedures for today? Or do we need another minute or two? And throughout the day, you will see me take a delay when I ask a question, and that is to allow time for people to unmute. I'm sure everyone's pretty familiar with Zoom and how it works by now as far as that goes, but I just want you to know I'm not ignoring you or the schedule. I'm simply allowing at each point for us to have time for anyone who wishes to speak to unmute to do so. So if you see me throughout the day take a little more time than I would normally, that's what I'm doing, is allowing time for people to be able to unmute to speak. Stephen, are you prepared to read our mission statement for us, sir?
I am.
You may begin.
The council's mission is to increase independence, self-determination, productivity, integration, and inclusions for Louisianans with developmental disabilities by engaging in advocacy, capacity building, and systems change.
Thank you, sir. And since I do have a quorum and the business meeting has begun, do I have a motion to approve the January 2020 meeting summary? I don't know if everyone's had time to review that, but it has been up for some time on the website, and I've had a copy in my packet, so I assume everyone did as well. So I'll give a moment for everyone to review that, and if someone would be willing to make a motion, I would be grateful.
Hey, Randall, it's Mary. I make a motion to approve. I'm still looking for the little hand to raise, but I'll figure it out before we get to that.
Okay. So Mary has made a motion to approve the January 2020 meeting minutes. Do I have a second to Mary's motion?
I'll second.
Mitch Eden says he's second.
No, this is Stephen.
So. Okay. That was in the chat box, Stephen, that Mitch said he.
Gotcha.
Second. So, okay, so do I have any objections to the motion? Do I have any abstentions from the motion? Hearing none, this motion is carried. Thank you. Before I begin my chairperson's report for today, I'd like to take a brief minute to acknowledge the passing of our former beloved chair, April Dunn, due to COVID-19. That happened in March 28th. And so I became your chair at that time, and I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge April's service and her passion for advocacy. And we certainly have greatly missed her already and her wonderful spirit, but we wanted to take a moment of silence to commemorate April before we begin today. She certainly leaves us with a lasting legacy that we all can be proud of and work toward emulating, being more like in our work and advocacy together. I also want to say today, taking over as chair in this environment of the pandemic and all the fear and angst and things that our society, both as the VD community and all of us, the whole community, are going through. I acknowledge that this is a very difficult time for a lot of us. There are a lot of emotions. And I want to thank everyone for being here today and being engaged and being part of our process as we struggle to move forward in a new way. And I want to be clear that, yes, I'm the chair of the council, but it's very important for my council members to know and for the community to know that I consider myself your chair and that I am here to serve you and help you in to be able to carry out our duties and mission as council members, and for the community to know that I am sensitive to your your points of view. So, you know, I am listening. I do care what everyone has to say and what your opinions are. So everyone, it's very important for you to know that I hear you. And I want to encourage everyone to let's work together in a spirit of unity to get, there's a lot of work that has to be done today. Our agenda is pretty packed with very important information and very important things we need to do to ensure the council functions and continues to carry out its mission during this difficult time as we move forward. So please let's remember to be respectful and kind, and as we discuss the issues and move through the business of today. And I also encourage our guests to please respect the rules, and we're glad you're here, and you certainly, your opinion and your feedback certainly matters greatly. So I want to go ahead and say that to all of you so that hopefully we all feel comfortable and can get on with today's business. And it's very important that we work together as a team on these issues and all our business. I think it's very important for us to start this chapter with a spirit of unity and understanding that we work not just for ourselves, but for the good of the entire of our community. So having said that, I thank you for allowing me the privilege of serving as your chair. It's not particularly an easy job at any point in time. I have a great respect for April and for all who've served in this role prior to me, having served now for about a few months now. So it's been quite a learning experience, and I'm not saying I have it all figured out. So bear with me as I learn along with you. So having said all that, let me move into my chairperson's report, which is part of today's business. It is divided into two parts. April, of course, was the chair until her death, and so she had made several appointments to committees, and they're all listed in my report, which I believe you all have a copy of, but I will name the council members that she appointed to serve on committees. She appointed Ms. Kim Bazile, Mr. Mike Billings, myself, Ms. Mary Tarver, and Crystal White, as well as non-council members, Ms. Liz Gary and Ms. Natalie LaRose, Charlie Michelle, Susan Reen, and Jamie Tyndall were all appointed to serve on the Grievance Ad Hoc Committee, which will have its first meeting after delay due to COVID next week. So for all of you who serve on that committee, we'll be meeting and beginning our work the middle of next week. I believe next Wednesday, that first meeting is scheduled. So those members are on the Ad Hoc Grievance Committee. And then she made appointments to serve on the fiscal year 2021 Planning Ad Hoc Committee. And those members were myself, Ms. Hyacinth McKee, Bambi Polizzola, Chris Rodriguez, and Mr. Phil Wilson. And Ms. Dunn also appointed Dr. Phil Wilson, Dr. Adrian Wilson, and Delary Rice to the Executive Director Search Committee. Those were her appointments prior to her passing. So just for your knowledge, that were her appointments. She attended several meetings, I believe 3, the one being the Lifespan Conference navigating the system across the lifespan on November 18th of last year, and the Executive Director Search Committee meeting for January 29th and February 11th, as well as Executive Committee meetings of February the 5th and March the 16th. And of course, tragically, she passed away due to complications from COVID-19 on March 28th, 2020. And that is where you got stuck with me as your chairperson on that day. So since then, I had to make the appointments to fill my seat as vice chair, and Dr. Hyacinth McKee accepted my invitation to be appointed as vice chair of this council, and Mr. Stephen Wynn accepted my appointment to serve as member at large, which was Dr. McKee's former position prior to April's death on the executive committee. And I want to thank them both for taking on that role at this very difficult and challenging time. They both rose to the occasion, and I thank them very much. That was a very difficult decision. It was one of the first decisions I was required to make, and it was very difficult to have to fill the seat that I held, knowing that I hold the seat that April did. That was extraordinarily hard for me, and I know it was hard for them as well, because we were still grieving, and I know we all are even now, but it was a very, very difficult thing for me, and they've been phenomenal in support of me in my new role, and I want to thank them both.
Randall,
And
you have
Ms.
two people with
Kimba's-
their hands raised.
Pardon?
You have two people with their hands raised, Crystal White on the council and Karonda Corley is a guest. Both have their hands raised at this moment.
Okay, Crystal, you have the floor.
Hey, Randall, it's Crystal. I just wanted to clarify for the grievance committee. I believe they had already met one time and I wasn't going to be able to fulfill the commitment due to other commitments that I had. So I'd asked to be, I had resigned from the grievance ad hoc committee. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that, because I did that at their first meeting with.
Okay,
her.
thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I was not aware of that, so thank you
Sure.
for that clarification. And Ms. Corley, you have the floor.
Great morning, Chairman. I greatly appreciate you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I'm just inquiring on the email that I sent to the entire DD Council on yesterday. I'm inquiring on if those issues will be addressed. Those emails were in regards to the oversight that the membership committee made in wanting to appoint Liz Gary when we actually had a Hispanic individual as a parent advocate that should have been recognized according to our federal order that we're under, as well as the letter that I submitted for the immediate removal resignation of Ms. Basile. That letter states, it is with great sadness.
Ms. Corley, we are going to address your issues. And if you would permit me, when we have our next break, I would like to talk with you as to how we're going to go about getting those issues addressed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Randall, you also have another person, Tori Rockham with Disability Rights Louisiana has his hand raised.
Yes, Tori, you have the floor, sir.
Hi all, thank you. I'm not sure if my camera's working. I just wanted to let you know, Chris Rodriguez from my organization won't be on until about 10 a.m. We had a finance meeting of our board of directors that he has to attend to, but he'll be on in a little bit.
Thank you, sir, and welcome. Good morning. So we have, if there are no other comments or questions, trying to see where I left off. I think we're on my appointment of the federal fiscal year 2021 Planning Committee. And so the 2021 Planning Committee consists of myself, Ms. Kim Bazil, Ms. Brenda Kosay, Dr. Hyacinth Key, Stephen Wynn, Bambi Polizzola, Chris Rodriguez, and Dr. Phil Wilson. And then I also had to make the appointments to fill the council's 5-year planning committee, which will be 2022 through 2026 are the years that plan will cover. And that committee consists of myself, Ms. Kim Bazil, Ms. Lillian Dijon, Ms. Michelle Guillory, Mr. Stephen Wynn, Mr. Chris Rodriguez, Ms. Bambi Polizzola, Ms. Tamisha Saunier, and Ms. Mary Tarver have agreed to serve on those committees. And I thank you all for your willingness to serve. And we have already met for both of those committees. And I thank you all for your service and input there. And we will continue that work. Full list of committee appointments is available on the council's website. I believe that was pretty comprehensive, what I just gave you, but if you need reference beyond this point, the committee appointments list is always available on the council website. Now, a very important thing happened, and that's regarding the NOW Fund. The Louisiana Department of Health and Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities sought council input with me and with our interim executive director, Mr. Sean Fleming, on input to use the NOW Fund. The council has a standing request to maintain at least $1 million in the NOW Fund to ensure adequate resources are available to have waiver slots available to offer to people in need throughout the year. Agreement was reached on using the NOW Fund to avoid reductions to services this fiscal year during this pandemic. And is Julie Foster Hagen, is she with us this morning yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Julie, would you like to speak on this at all at this point, or would you?
I can provide the information that I have available, and if there are questions, there are some I may be able to answer, and some I can take back to our fiscal and or Medicaid or Division of Administration team. I know Jen Katzman is on as well and can help me either with answers or to take back questions. I will share what I have, but I'll also want to make a note that there was a request for some detailed information that we don't have available yet. What happens with our budget is that once the legislative session is complete, which I think many of you may know, with the special session that we had, we didn't receive our budget until the session was over. And so we really didn't have information until the end of June. And the next process that happens, we take the budget that we have and we do what's called spread the budget across the different budget categories. And so that is not due until August 7th. So what a lot of folks are doing is taking the information we have about the budget, what's available, and then figuring out the details of it. So I can provide you what I have, but again, some of that more detailed information may not be available until the next meeting, or if folks need some sort of a report, we can look at that once it's available once we have more information about what the specific details are for the spread. So what I can share with folks is that at the end of this fiscal year, so that would be as of June 30th, 2020, there was $18,872,130 in the NOW fund. The calculation for that comes from there was a balance at the beginning of the year of let me start over. In fiscal year 20, there was $19 million that was appropriated from the NOW fund. So what that means is when we looked at the activities that were in place for fiscal year 20, which was the IFS night rate increase, the 650 waiver slots, and the complex care, which I can give an update on as well, because we are delayed in the complex care. There was an estimate that we would spend $19 million in fiscal year 20. Of that, we only spent $8.3 million. So $8,359,218 is what was actually spent on those three activities, as well as a bit of carryover. So there was discussion about the rate restoration, and the final outcome of that last year was that the NOW fund would be used just for the 6 months in the previous year to go back and use the NOW fund for that. So because that NOW fund was used for January 1st through June 30th of the previous year, there was a little bit of spillover, but not much. So those expenditures were on, again, the IFS night rate and the 650 slots. We thought we would need money for complex care, but because of the complications with getting it approved and implemented, we did not start that yet. So that left us a difference of from the 19 million that was appropriated, you subtract the 8.3 million that we spent, and that left 10.6 million that was not used out of the NOW fund. And then in addition to that 10 million, there was a previous balance of $8,188,781. So for the beginning, for July 1, 2020, what that left in the NOW fund was $18,872,130. In previous discussions with the DD Council, we had looked at previously not using the NOW fund except for 1 year's worth of annualization of the approved activities. However, the discussion that we had with Sean and Randall after having further discussions with the Division of Administration and our fiscal office is that we would need to use the NOW fund for an additional year for annualization of those because of the current budget situation that we are in and not having enough state general fund dollars to cover that and to shift those costs to what we call the base of our Medicaid budget. And so the council did continue to request that at a minimum, we keep $1 million in the NOW fund. And so the division through their letter indicated that they agreed with that and would continue to keep at a minimum $1 million in the NOW fund, so that if in the future, we do come to a point where we are not able to have enough budget to cover new waiver slots for those people who have urgent and emergent needs, we would be able to use the NOW fund for that. So the division has committed to maintaining at least that amount. That being said, they did appropriate, and so again, in an appropriation, that really is not, that money is not pulled out of the now fund until you actually use it and account for it. So what was appropriated was $17,534,367. Some of the requests have been, what are the details of what that 17 million is that is being appropriated, and what the assumptions are about what that money will be expended on this year. That is a level of detail that I don't have available yet and won't be able to provide until we're able to look at how the budget got spread. So that's a whole lot of information that's complicated. Again, I'll try to answer any questions I can. Or if not, then I'm happy to take back questions to get the appropriate answer from folks.
Randall, you have two people with their hands raised, Crystal White and Jill Hano.
Thank you, Julie. Jill, you have the floor.
Jill, you need to unmute your mic, ma'am.
No, sir. Crystal's hand was up first.
Okay. Crystal, you have the floor.
Hey, Julie, is any of those numbers you talked about, I'm sorry, that was a lot of numbers that you just gave out over a several periods of time. Do you have that on paper to give to us? Was anything prepared?
I just, Crystal, sorry, I didn't see your email last night. I just sent you an email with those numbers, and I did send it to Randall and Sean this morning as well. And they can send it out to they may not have seen it yet, getting ready for the meeting, but yes, the numbers I just read off can be shared.
So I also have a question for Randall. Randall, whenever you guys were in that meeting at the beginning of June, what was your understanding that these dollars were going to be taken out to be used for? Was it just to fund new waiver slots so there wouldn't be a waiting list?
Well, that was the primary discussion. And then we knew that initiatives we had already agreed to that she just outlined would be possibly included in that as well. But as she said, we don't yet know how the budget will be spread from the legislative session. So, but they committed to all the initiatives we had previously agreed to, as well as a complete funding of waiver annualization, which is new waivers for this entire fiscal year, was my understanding.
So this is my thing. The only reason I asked for a breakdown on where the money is going is because by law, the council is to be consulted and a part of decision making on the removal and where the now fund dollars go. And I wasn't in that meeting. So whenever I'm told, you know, hey, there's only $1 million left in this fund, we're taking the money out. But I wasn't told, well, what are we using it for? I mean, that's just a logical question where we need to know where those dollars are going to be allocated and how they're going to be used. It's not a trick question. It's not a question to cause any angst for anyone. It's just to say we're doing our due diligence as a council who's supposed to be consulted on these things, and a part of that decision, that we know where we're using $18 million and we're only leaving $1 million left in a fund. I think it's important to know. That's why I've been asking for these things before the council meeting, so it could be reviewed, and then I could ask logical questions from there based on what I'm seeing. But I haven't seen anything on paper. And I know Randall said he was going to do everything to get that information to us before the council meeting, which didn't happen. So I am going to kindly ask that we have another meeting on this. Randall, I would like to make a motion that we have a now fund committee formed, please. That is the motion that I'm putting on the floor.
Okay. Do I have a second to Crystal's motion for the creation of an ad hoc now fund committee?
I'll second that.
I believe Christy Joe seconded.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her.
Yes,
Thank you,
sorry,
Christy.
this is Christy Joe. I'll second.
Good morning. Thank you, Christy. Okay, so I have the motion to create a now ad hoc committee, and I have a second to that motion from Christy Joe. It's Crystal's motion and Christy Joe seconded. So do I have any discussion?
You have two hand raised. Matthew Rivera's hand is raised and also Karanda.
Matthew, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, it's not that I disagree with Crystal in forming or the intent of getting the information in advance so that the council can consult as the intent of the trust fund law. I guess my only reluctance is just this knee-jerk reaction on forming a full committee to overview the trust fund when that is the role, the role of the executive committee. So that's my only thing. I mean, I'm open to getting the information, understanding where the money went. Obviously, I know from my perspective that there was a huge budget shortfall that had to be plugged in. I guess my only reluctance in supporting this motion is that it's sort of a knee-jerk reaction into not getting the information that was requested, and that surely can still be done. So I'm going to oppose the motion only on those grounds. It seemed like it'd be just more logical to just get the information out to everybody as opposed to forming another committee.
Thank you, sir. And I will say that as soon as I get the information, it will be given. And Julie sent some information I have not seen this morning because I was preparing for today's meeting fairly early today. So I have yet to see that, but of course I will share that with everyone that has been provided, and we can ask questions not only this meeting, but next meeting when they know more of how it was spread out across the budget once they've had a chance to look at it all and break it out. Julie's committed to giving us that information as soon as they have it in October. And I've also asked her to invite Mr. Mark Thomas, the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Health, to brief us and address us on those efforts as well. So, because he was part of the meeting we had, and he's not able to be here today, but I asked her, I believe yesterday, to ensure that Mark is available for the October meeting to give us a full breakdown of how those dollars are being spent. Because as she said, they're being appropriated or allocated. That doesn't mean they're spent yet. They're earmarked, if you will, for those purposes or categories. And so we will certainly, as soon as we get any information on those categories and those expenditures, that will go out to the council. I'm committed to that. But the motion is on the floor. And so do I have any more discussion of the motion?
Crystal White's hand is raised, as is Karanda Corley's.
Oh, that's right. Let's let Karanda speak, and then Crystal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would strongly encourage the council to do a motion against the motion that Ms. Crystal White suggested in regards to actually creating another ad hoc committee. We already have several ad hoc committees that are taking place. And unfortunately, a lot of the members on the ad hoc committees do not seem to know a lot of the information that has been presented at other ad hoc committees. So then they end up putting in motions to create more ad hoc committees, which is, again, hindering our productivity. I want to piggyback off of what Mr. Matthew Rivera stated. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right, Mr. Matthew Rivera. Okay. Thank you. I want to piggyback off of what he said, that this is an executive committee decision. So the executive committee should actually make the decision in regards to anything dealing with any monies that are actually being dispersed or earmarked for anything. If we're going to create an ad hoc committee in regards to the now waiver, then what would be suggested next by Ms. White? Would it be for us to commit a ad hoc committee in regards to the children's choice waiver? Would it be a ad hoc committee in regards to the row waiver? We don't need all these different ad hoc committees when this is purely a decision for the executive committee. And so I just urge every member of the council to strike that motion, just like Mr. Matthew Rivera suggested, and that we allow this executive committee to actually address this. This as far as in the money being earmarked, et cetera, with the money. I greatly appreciate you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment, Karonda. And Crystal, you now have the floor.
Hi, yes. So according to law, it says that the council is to oversee these dollars. And understand Mr. Rivera would want, is probably interested in these dollars because these dollars do go towards provider rates in some way, shape, or form, as Julie said, and have in the past. So I understand, but the only thing I'm saying is that we need to have all the information upfront and possible whenever we are consulted on this. And I am fine with the executive director, the executive committee being a part of that decision, but we only had one person in the meeting. So I'm just confused as to what happened, and I'm confused as to how it's taking so much time to get the information. That is the only reason for wanting to make a one-time committee that anybody who's interested can review everything. That's the only reason that we need to oversee these dollars by law. And I'd just like to make sure that we know where they're going and when they're coming out. But we can vote on it. Go ahead.
I mean, your motion is on the floor. I will say I'm committed to having an executive committee meeting for the purpose of, as soon as we have all the relevant information, for the purpose of addressing and getting that information out to the council. So if you're agreeable to that, we could go that route as well, to just have an executive committee meeting, which of course any council member, any member of the public could attend and ask any number of questions they want. If you'd like to do that,
Absolutely.
we can continue with
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. That sounds great. You were cutting out just a little, so I didn't hear all of that, but yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you'd be agreeable to having an executive committee meeting that I would call just for the purposes of laying out where these expenditures went and how they're being allocated and such.
Absolutely. That sounds wonderful.
I don't know how to
Okay,
raise my
so
hand.
you withdraw your ad hoc committee motion?
Yes, and we're replacing it with your motion to do the executive committee meeting on it?
Right, right,
Okay.
correct.
You have 3 hands raised and 7 public comments.
Okay, Dr. McKee, do you have something you want to say or add?
I'm sorry, can you hear me? I hope
Yeah.
I'm not on mute. Okay, so I want to get clarification. Is the motion to call for an executive committee meeting for the purposes of only discussing the now waiver concerns, the budget? Is that the motion?
It would be to share any information shared with us by LDH and the Office of Developmental Disabilities.
So would that be the only purpose of the executive committee meeting?
I've committed.
That
to
emergency executive committee meeting?
Yes, I've committed to that. When we get that information, that I would call for that meeting. And we
Right.
as a body would gather to discuss and share the information with whoever wishes to attend.
Okay,
Yeah.
so for the purposes of managing time appropriately, I do not feel comfortable with putting forth that motion to call an emergency executive committee meeting just to speak on that topic. Now, if we're calling an executive committee meeting to speak about other topics as well, we want to add that to the executive committee meeting agenda, I will be okay with that, but I am not entertaining calling an executive committee meeting just to speak on one topic for the purposes of time and scheduling. So maybe we should reword that motion to just state that we're calling an executive committee meeting, but it will be inclusive of other pertinent information as well, not just specifically for that.
That's
for that,
fine.
motion.
We almost always have other information we can add on to an executive committee meeting. I just try to make it where we do have a productive use of time, and we do put as many things on the agenda as we can safely and logically cover. And so I would remain committed to, whenever we have business, as soon as we have information on the Now Fund, I would call an executive committee meeting, and it would contain more than just the Now Fund information. We would have whatever pertinent discussions that we would need to have as it relates to council business in conjunction with that. But I still remain committed to getting the information out through an executive committee meeting so that anyone who wants to attend from the council members as well as our public can do so.
Randall, you don't have a second on that substitute motion. Crystal withdrew her first motion, but the other motion did not get a second. You have two people now with their hands raised, Phil Wilson and Cody Wilson. Both have their hands raised. I would like to also share a perspective on that.
Yes, sir. You can share your perspective first.
The council chair is charged with being the spokesperson for the council. There are times, and the executive committee, when available, when time permitting, makes decisions aligned with the DD Act and aligned with previous council decisions. I think other people have brought this point up, but I want to be clear that I'm glad it's not an ad hoc, because just understanding the Now Fund might help y'all with that, but I won't go into that detail since the motion has shifted. But requiring an executive committee to meet, to put input into the Now Fund. So if OCDD and LDH ask for input and the chairperson, be it Randall or the next chairperson, is constrained to require the executive committee in its entirety to have a meeting to decide on what to do, and the motion is in play. And mind you, this decision, I can't remember the date, Randall, but it was mid-June, right? I mean, the budget was...
It was June 16th was when I got the letter from...
And the Division of Administration, Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, Louisiana Department of Health are under time constraints to make decisions about what's going to go into a budget. There will be a window when, if the council does not offer its input, no input will be given. And my concern that I'll share with you is putting those constraints on your chairperson or the executive committee would potentially decrease the ability for y'all to have input that is required by law. Your bylaws specify and give, I guess, certain authorities, and you give your trust in your chairperson. And so it should be the chair, to me, it should be the chairperson's discretion, as it always is when it's feasible to convene such meetings and when it's not. By making this motion, I fear that y'all would lose your voice. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. I will say I don't intend to cede my authority as chair of the council to speak on matters on behalf of the entire body. I'm just committing to, in place of an ad hoc, since we have, people wanting information as it is released, I'm just committing to making that part of an executive committee meeting where anyone who once the information we are given and wants to give input to us can certainly do so. And then I will use that input in any decisions I am asked to make on behalf of this body. But I do appreciate your concern, Sean.
And you still need a second, sir, for the motion. And Cody Wilson, Phil Wilson have their hands raised.
Before I ask for my second, Cody, you have the floor.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
My comments about this is that $18 million is a lot of money. And, you know, the council, you guys vote on your own budget that's only, you know, 2 million. So I think it is important to have the full executive committee involved in that decision. And I think the concern here is that we want to ensure that, you know, we know what we're saying yes to. It's my understanding, Randall, as you stated, that you thought it was simply to fund new waiver slots, 650 new waiver slots. However, as we're backtracking, we're finding that that's not where that money is going. And I have huge concerns about that money going to provider rates. I have a personal testimony that no matter how much you increase provider rates, we have access to my family has access to its very own rate. And that rate is not passed down to my workers and not creating the full intent of what some of these dollars are intended for. Because if it's not passed down to the worker, then we don't get the quality workers that we're looking for. Instead, we're lining the pockets of these agency owners, and I am not okay with that. The money needs to be to help the families. That's what the money is for. And so I just wanted to also remind you that as I was reviewing notes from last July, you know, the Division of Administration and OCDD had moved those funds without consulting the council. And Ms. Bambi had requested that you guys formulate a letter that would be sent out saying that in the future, you guys needed to be consulted. And it doesn't seem like you guys were given appropriate timeline in order to get the full executive committee participation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I see Bambi's point of order. And before I call on Dr. Wilson, do I have a second to my motion?
Mitch wrote in the comments that he seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mitch. So I have this motion and Mitch is seconded. Do I have any discussion of the motion?
Phil Wilson has had his hand raised, sir. And you have a
Yes,
number of
Dr.
comments in the chat box.
Do I have any discussion as it relates to the motion?
Yes, you have a hand raised from Dr. Wilson, and you have about 10 or 11 comments.
Yes, Dr. Wilson, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, this is I hope this comment isn't off track here, but I'm very troubled by our governance, or what appears to be our governance structure. When I hear people talking about the executive committee is going to make decisions, and that's the only body that's going to be involved in this decision making, I think that flies in the face of what a council is supposed to do. I thought that the executive committee would make a recommendation that needs to be approved by the committee the council as a whole. I understand Sean's point earlier and other people's points about, you know, timelines, but at the very least, you know, there's got to be a way to put something out. People choose not to vote or they miss it or whatever. That's on them. But there are some very legitimate concerns that have been raised in this discussion that I don't know are going to be represented within an executive committee, which is closed to even the membership, let alone the public. So I'm very uncomfortable with our governance right now, and I think it's gotten this council into a lot of trouble historically. That's my comment.
Thank you, Phil, for the comment, but I will say the executive committee is not closed and will not be closed. Both the public and any member of the council can attend any of our executive committee meetings and give input at any time.
Okay, that's fantastic. That needs to be stressed. And when people are talking about the executive committee is going to make the decisions and only them, I think that we need to be educated, all of us, because if that's the case, if that really is how our DD council is going to operate, then I think we have a major problem.
Thank you, sir, for that input. But I will say again, all executive committee meetings we have are public meetings, and any member of the council can attend at any time, as well as any member of the public. So please be aware of that, and thank you. Your concern is noted, sir. Do I have any?
A number of public comments.
Yes, would you like me to read those, Randall?
Yes, if you don't mind, Hannah, thank you.
Some of them may not be relevant with some of these changes, but I'll just read them anyways.
Okay.
Bambi said that she concurs with Matt. From Cody Wilson, she said, I'd like to remind you that last July, when the Division of Administration and OCDD moved the NOW funds without even consulting the council nor the executive committee, you were promised that the council would be properly informed. This year, the exact same thing is happening. The entire executive committee was not part of this decision. Would you like me to keep going, or do you want me to stop after each one?
You can keep going.
Okay. From Liz Gary, she said, I think it is important for people to know that the history of the NOW Trust Fund, why it was created, when it was created, and what has occurred over the years since its inception. As a parent, I have followed and been a part of this since its inception in 2007. Liz Gary said the NOW Trust Fund covers all DD waivers. Then Mitch Iddens said, I propose we strike the motion and allow the executive committee to address.
Okay, which we've done.
Katie Corcoran said, it's not about a specific waiver, therefore no need for specific waiver ad hoc committees. It funds waivers and their services. It's apparent the majority of people do not understand the NOW fund, its utilization, or its purpose. Karanda said it is important for the council to adhere to the law that Ms. White just read for the entire council, not an ad hoc committee. Ms. White named a specific waiver.
Okay.
Bambi said maybe it shouldn't be restricted to only that issue, which I believe was addressed.
It was.
Sharon Dufresne said, as a community member, I'm opposed to the executive committee having yet another locus of power now in control of NOW funding. It should be an ad hoc. And let's see. The rest, let me make sure I'm not missing something. Hyacinth said we have a motion that was covered. Sorry, I'm making sure I'm catching everybody. Michelle Guillory said the executive committee should review the NOW and bring the information to the full council. Sharon Dufresne said, I agree 100% with Phil Wilson. Attending an executive does not mean we can vote. That is all.
Thank you. And thank you all for your comments.
And Bambi has her hand raised.
Yes, Bambi.
So I think the purpose of the executive committee is to, or part of the purpose is to be able to call that group of leaders in to make decisions between our full council meetings. That's why we elect you, to be able to be decision makers. And so I don't think that it's practical to call back the full council every time there needs to be a decision made. Y'all need to have that authority to be able to make those decisions in between the council meetings, and then report to the council at the council meetings, or act of whatever appropriate manner that you think should happen. But that's the function of the executive committee, not to make the decisions for the council necessarily, but to do so whenever you have to do it in between our quarterly council meetings.
Thank you, Bambi.
Randall, if you like, I'll provide a very brief overview or history of the Now Fund, so people maybe, I thought that might have been useful.
Yes, sir.
So, the Now Fund was created a few years back, and for what it does is when the Revenue Estimating Conference doesn't predict the right amount of money, they underpredict, and there's more funds brought in than they had estimated. 12% up to $50 million gets deposited into the Now Fund. So the amount is, Julie was mentioning all these balances. Those can change over time. Now, for years, there was no money put in. And then about 3 or 4 years ago, we started getting rather large deposits being put in because of the estimates were off in our favor. In the law, it does require for the council to be consulted with the use of it. And I think the comment, Cody Wilson's comment was correct, is last year there was, the council was not consulted in the use of it. And I think it's, that was just an oversight. I don't think that was intentional, undermining. But this year, I do want to give credit to, Department of Health, Julie Foster Hagen and Mark Thomas with LDH for reaching out to the council. And they had actually a number of different proposals, and they had to go back to Division of Administration and come back to us and say, even they wanted to do other things. And they said, because of the budget situation, Division of Administration said, was basically, I think, telling them, and Julie, you can acknowledge, if y'all want to do that, there will be other cuts to these other programs, because they just were uncertain of how much money was coming in. This was all happening in mid-June, y'all. During that time, I just want to give a perspective now of the executive committee process. I had been surveying the executive committee multiple times to try to convene meetings in June. Multiple times, could not establish a date through the entirety of June. I asked, after Julie and Mark reached out to us, I requested that they put it on as a standing item on their report. And I appreciate Julie having put that on there. I understand, being your budget director, not having all the details of everything at this time. I do understand that. But moving forward, I think it would be in everyone's ability to see where everything stands, and the council will be able to make decisions about what it intends to do. Now, this year was certainly not typical in any sense of the word. I'll just go back. It's, I thought Randall made the wisest decision, and it, he was put in the position of being asked, and I think he spoke to what was consistent with what was passed by the executive committee prior, which was to try to avoid cuts to services. And, but moving forward, what you have to realize is money may be deposited into that fund this fall. And then the council will have the ability, as a full council, to get a report on whatever the new balance is and make those determinations. And so just so y'all know, this request to have this Now Fund report added to the OCDD report was not a one-time deal because of this issue or this year. It was requested as a standing item. And I just want to make sure y'all were all clear with that request. that was made, and that Julie has honored it to date. So thank you.
Thank you for making that clear, Sean. And thank you, Julie, for adding it. And we do, and I'm committed as chair of this council to getting all information that I receive, that we receive, out to our council members as soon as we get it. And it was not a decision I made lightly. It was not one that that I took any pleasure in doing. But I was advised it was absolutely necessary due to the pandemic to be able to maintain our services. So and as Sean said, we were having difficulty getting any form of executive committee to meet for the entirety of June, and a decision needed to be made. And so Mr. Thomas and Julie reached out to us and requested that meeting, and I did what I felt was in the best interest and in alignment with executive committee decisions up to that point. And I was adamant, that the $1 million remain.
Randall, Liz Gary has her hand raised.
Yes, Liz.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to add to some of what Sean was saying, that the NOW Fund was actually created in 2000 by the then at the time Senator Shedler from St. Tammany Parish. And he decided he wanted that fund because he said that if he could fill a bathtub with the tears that he had heard from families who continually would come into his office claiming they needed support, some help, and that those NOW waivers would help. As time went on, money was deposited into that account because after Katrina, we had an influx of state revenue come in. So in 2007, 2008, 2009, a lot of waivers were being served. I don't know the exact amount. I think it was around the 3,500 between a couple of years. Over time, that fund was depleted, and the original fund said new opportunity waivers only, meaning you only could use that fund to fulfill new opportunity waivers. When the Jindal administration took over, unfortunately, that fund was depleted and it wasn't used on just new opportunity waivers. It was used on annualizing and that kind of thing. It sat pretty much dormant with very little action until 2018, when the Revenue Estimating Conference, just like Sean said, realized that there was going to be an increase between what they had estimated and what was actually coming in. So approximately between 18 or 19 million was put into that. At that same time, during that same year, I had met with several other advocates with Senator Hewitt, asking her to please change the verbiage in the new opportunities waiver because the verbiage in the NOW trust fund, because it said only new NOW waivers. And we knew that we were moving forward with more appropriate waivers, ultimately to a tiered approach. So we knew that we could no longer just say that that money could only go to new NOW waivers. So in 2018 is when we met to discuss that. It wasn't going to change. And then all of a sudden, when the Revenue Estimating Conference recognized money, we knew we had to jump. So Ashley McReynolds and I went and met with Senator Hewitt, and Sandy came and joined us. And that's when we discussed changing the language to basically be any home and community-based services, with still an emphasis on new waivers, but no longer did it say only new waivers. And at that same time in 2018 is when we added that through with the guidance of the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. So in 2018, they got a deposit, and in 2019, we got a deposit. Now, whether or not that deposit will again occur, I know there may be a difference, but being with COVID and revenue and all that stuff, who knows? But I just wanted to give you a backdrop because I've literally been a part of it since 2007. I've watched the changes, I've watched the occurrences, I've watched what's happened with that. And so I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that feedback. Does anyone else have anything to add?
There are a few comments in the chat.
Okay.
Mitch says, thank you, Randall. Karanda says, thank you, Mr. Director and Chairman, for working for all individuals with disabilities. And Sharon Dufresne says, why is the ability to chat between members of the community no longer available? We are being denied the ability to participate as we normally do.
Sean, do we have, yes, Hyacinth.
My hand's raised.
Yep.
I really would like for us to be mindful of the time that we are spending on each topics. I recognize that all comments are valuable, but we do have a motion. It has been seconded. We have to get back to the business of this agenda. And so I'm asking that if public comment is allowed, that we put a time frame on that, 1 minute, 2 minutes, because what's happening now, we have so much to cover today. And I think that we need to be mindful of the use of time. And so I'm going to always jump in during the meeting and ask for that. So at this point, can we get back to the agenda and make sure that we use our time wisely moving forward? Chair, thank you so much.
Yeah, yes, and I share your concern. I do know we have a lot to cover today. The reason I gave so much time to this issue is because I understand how important it is and what a huge decision that we made. And I wanted to be sure that everyone had the opportunity to be heard. And so, hearing no other public comment, I would like to conclude my report. And
You have a motion on the floor.
yes, sir. And so I need to vote on the motion before us. So do I have any abstentions to this motion?
Did you ask for abstentions?
Yes.
I abstain. This is Julie.
Yes. Thank you, Julie. Julie abstains.
This is
Do I have
Jen Katzman. I abstain as well.
Thank you, Jen.
And this is Patty Baravecchio. I abstain.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. So Julie, Jen, and Patty abstain from the motion. Do I have any other people who abstain from the motion? Members who abstain from the motion?
Rosalind has her hand raised. I'm not sure if she's abstaining or has a comment.
Rosalind, are you abstaining? Thank you, Jen.
And this is Patty Baravecchio. I abstain.
Yes, we have you listed, Patty. Thank you. So Julie, Jen, and Patty abstain from the motion. Do I have any other people who abstain from the motion? Members who abstain from the motion?
Rosalind has her hand raised. I'm not sure if she's abstaining or has a comment.
I have a comment.
We'll get to you in a minute. Let's finish voting.
Patty Baravecchio. I abstain.
Yes, we have listed Patty. Thank you. Okay, does anyone else abstain from the motion? Does any member of the council object to this motion? We'll get you in a minute. Let's finish voting. Again, I'm calling for objections to the motion. Do I have any objections to this motion? Hearing no objection, this motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And this concludes my chairman's report. Rosalind, you had a question or a comment you want to make?
Yeah, because my camera kept on blinking.
Hearing no objection, this motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And
I
this
did
concludes
have a-
my Sorry for the feedback report.
Because I was lost because I was looking through my paperwork and I didn't understand where everybody was going with it.
Rosalind, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, it was the question because my camera kept on.
Rosalind, if you go to, I think you have YouTube open. If you go to the YouTube and either mute it or turn it off, That will help not have all that extra noise.
Because I was lost because my tablet kept on going off. And I didn't. So I didn't know where to go with my paperwork. Where everybody was going with it. You had a question or a comment? Yeah. What were we voting on?
If you go to, I think you have YouTube open. If you go to the YouTube and either mute it or turn it off, that will help not have all that extra noise.
I was lost because my tablet kept on going off. And I didn't know where to go with my paperwork. Where everybody was going. Yeah.
Rosalind, I think you have YouTube. I'm gonna call you up and try and get you to deal with that, and then we'll have you enter in the conversation later, okay?
Thank you, Sean. Okay, so in the interest of time, we'll continue to move forward with the agenda. And as I said, I concluded my chairperson's report. So next on our agenda is the executive director's report. So if he's available, Sean, you want to do that now, or are you working with Rosalind?
Well, I have the motions of the executive committee up for you, Randall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And I am on the phone, so I might be a little delayed, so help me.
So we have the executive committee motion, which states the executive committee recommends the reinstatement of the annual orientation for new council members and refresher for existing council members. And we had made the motion not at the time realizing that the bylaws didn't need to be changed to allow this. We just simply just know that if we pass this motion today, that it will replace the motion or the bylaw that allowed for us to skip orientation unless we had, I believe, is it 4 or 5 members? This would carry us back to what we previously did, which is to have trainings and orientations annually. We all felt that was a necessary component again, and I think even more so as I hear discussions from this morning, I think it's important for us to all have understanding and training in what our role is and how to best carry it out. And so I encourage the passage of this motion, and it's from your executive committee. So it doesn't need a second. So I'm going to ask, do I have any abstentions to this motion by our committee members? Does anybody abstain? Hearing no abstains, do I have any objections to this motion? Hearing no objection, this motion carries. Thank you.
Randall, I'm sorry, I was distracted. Were there any abstentions?
No, sir, I didn't receive any.
Thank you. And Randall, can I bring you back up to the budget that was the first motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, the executive committee recommends the council adopt the state fiscal year 2021 council plan is presented. So that's linked there. Do we have that to show on screen, Sean?
Can y'all see it or not? Oh,
I cannot.
okay. Hold on, I don't know if I'm in the right one. Do y'all see it now?
I do.
Okay.
So this before you is the recommended fiscal year 2021 budget from your executive committee. Any questions or comments? Again, this does not need a second for passage. So it comes from your executive committee so that we can go straight to a vote. And do I have any abstentions from this motion? Does any council member abstain from this motion? Hearing none, does any council member object to this motion? Hearing no objections, this motion has carried. Thank you. Now, I believe that was all of our recommendations from executive committee. Sean, am I correct
No,
about that?
sir, I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
Okay.
I'm catching up.
Randall, Jill Hano has her hand up.
Yes, Jill.
Are you there, Jill? I mean, Rosalind? Okay.
Okay, y'all bear with me. It takes me a second to unmute myself, but I was just looking in my binder of handouts. I think I have the wrong budget. I received the wrong budget. Wait, never mind. So we're doing state financial year 20, correct?
Financial year 2021 is what we're approving. It just started July 1st, if I believe.
Okay. Because mine says state financial year 20, which, okay, this is correct because it says through June 20. Never mind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sean, we have other motions to entertain from the executive committee remaining.
Yes, sir. You have, y'all discussed diversity and equity and made a recommendation for an ad hoc committee.
Correct.
And that's up on the screen right now. And then following that, y'all had discussed making a position statement, and so I have that prepared as well, sir.
Right. Actually, it's not showing on my screen, so I'm not sure if it's just mine or if it's not showing at all, but it's.
My apologies, here it is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so the executive committee recommends the council to convene an ad hoc committee to discuss diversity, equity, inclusion practices and draft anti-racism statements and position for the council's consideration. And again, this is a motion from your executive committee, so it doesn't require a second. So do I have any abstentions to this motion? Does anybody abstain from this motion? Any council member? And does anyone object to this motion?
You have a public comment regarding this motion?
Could you please read it?
Yes, it's from Sharon Dufresne. She said, please include geographical representation in that discussion. In seating the council, we have lost sight of this.
Thank you, Susan. Sharon, excuse me, for that suggestion.
I'm sorry, Randall, I've been distracted. So I'm trying to get Rosalind back on. And did y'all change the motion?
We want to add geographical regions to the motion as well.
I think you'll need an amendment. You need somebody to make a motion to amend it.
This is Bambi.
Yes. Bambi, you
I
have the floor.
I totally agree with geographical, that we need to do outreach geographically, but I feel like this motion is addressing a particular issue. And I don't feel comfortable with adding that to this motion.
Okay. Noted.
We already have to do the geographical outreach, and we are within the federal compliance of what the geographical representation is. The issue is that we have been out of compliance with what the feds deem as appropriate membership on the council in regards to race and gender, and race and gender. So I think that this is what this addresses.
Okay. Is there any other discussion from the council on the motion?
Randall, just so this is Sean, if I may, just Bambi, this is not specific to the council membership, is my understanding.
Correct.
In listening to the discussion, it was larger than just the membership. It was, I think, looking at all practices, just.
Yes. And we are committed to all area of the bylaws, including geographical, which we are required to cover. And so that would be, I'm committed to having that in mind in any decision we make in this regard as well. So
this is Bambi. So I don't think that we need to diversity, equity. Diversity would mean geographic diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm just stating for the public, for people to know that we are committed to that as part of our bylaws and part of our mission at all times. So having said that, this is the motion before you. Does anybody abstain? Does anybody abstain from the motion? Does anybody object to the motion? Hearing none, this motion is carried. Thank you.
Randall, during the discussion, y'all had mentioned wanting to do a position statement, and Hyacinth had submitted that, and I prepared that in case you want to make that motion. I thought now would be the time to consider that. You're on mute, Randall.
Thank you. We are committed to the motion that just passed with the Diversity Ad Hoc Committee, but we as an executive committee also felt with the current environment and the state of things in the world that we need to make a statement now with regard to our values on these issues. And so this was our attempt to do that. And I asked Dr. McKee to draft it, and we both together drafted this at the executive committee's direction, and it's here for your consideration now. And it doesn't need a second, so please review it. And if you have anything to add or change, let us discuss it. And if not, then we'll vote.
It does need a second, Randall, because this did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It is not. Okay. So I actually do need a second to this motion. I apologize. And Mitch says he seconds. So thank you, sir. And so this is a motion from Dr. McKee and seconded by Mitch. And so do I have any abstentions to this motion? Does anybody abstain? Any council member abstain from this motion? Does any council member object to this motion? Hearing no objection, this motion carries and passes. Thank you.
You had one more on confidentiality.
Okay. And again, this is from your executive committee, and so it will not require a second. The executive committee recommends the council consider having members to sign confidentiality agreements and require applicants for council membership to sign consent and release information for discussion of their applications. And we offer this motion for your consideration. Hearing no questions or comments, do I have any abstentions? Does anybody abstain to this motion?
Somebody has their hand raised. Bambi has
Yes,
her hand raised.
Bambi.
Randall,
Yes,
sorry.
Bambi, you have the floor.
So I'm wondering, was there a discussion in the executive committee in regards to, you know, I feel like it could detract someone from wanting to apply if they don't feel comfortable with having their personal information. And maybe I'm misreading this. Is this so this could be discussed publicly? Because there may be people who have reservations about having their personal information shared by other people. Many people feel comfortable with them sharing their personal information, but they don't feel comfortable with a body of people talking about their personal information to the public. So was that discussed, and am I understanding this motion correctly?
Understood, and it was or has been discussed. This stems from we want to ensure that when we do any work with regard to collecting people's information, that we do protect that information as we're required to do based on HIPAA, because we're housed within the Department of Health technically. As it relates to HIPAA information and protected information, and the recent legal opinion we received from the membership committee stating not to divulge disability, I believe was the main factor there. This was our attempt to try to make sure that we ensure that we do maintain that confidentiality and that they do give consent if any of the information should be shared.
But does
If not,
that they have to
don't.
sign, they sign it, then they're giving us authority to share that information in a public meeting?
Yes, they would be, well, essentially, yes, they would be giving us permission to share the information they provided publicly.
I think Sean
They
is.
don't,
Randall, I'd like to share, and Hyacinth, I think, is raising her hand as well.
yeah,
Bambi, I don't think they discussed it at length, the concern. I have heard that concern. The quandary the council's in is needing to provide recommendations for the governor's consideration of appointments to the council, and even requiring certain council members to have to be either a self-advocate or a parent. And yet the guidance we got, the LEH Legal will share it within themselves, but is consistent with HIPAA, privacy laws, is you can't discuss someone's personal health information. And we're an agency of Department of Health, and then we're bound by open meetings law. So even in this meeting today, I will tell y'all, I do encourage y'all to go look at the membership summary, and there's that guidance, but y'all have to be careful with sharing information that's actually necessary to make a consideration. And it's a very tricky situation. And so, on the consent to release information, it can be very specific to just that. Just say that whether you are an individual with developmental disability or a parent or family member. And then y'all will have to be very careful with just discussing that. And so it is, I agree with you, it's worth thinking about how that's going to affect applications, but as a public body, y'all are in this very difficult position of having to balance open meetings law requirements versus privacy requirements, and striking that balance when you have a whole group of people who, it's very difficult.
So I'm Sean, I'm okay with if it's a limited release of information, as you described, a parent, a family member, parent, or a person with a developmental disability, like allowing for that. But anything further, I would have reservations of having that as a requirement for people.
If that's your concern, you can amend the motion. You can.
Okay. I think there are some other people who want to make comments, so I'll wait.
okay, so do I have any other discussion?
Sharon Dufresne has her hand.
I had my hand up, and
Yeah.
that's okay. Sean, no, you did a really good job with explaining that to Bambi, because I share those concerns too, Bambi, when we were discussing this as well. But drafting the consent form to make it informed, where we have specific parameters around it, what the information will be used for, the intent of the information, how long we will have the information as well, right? We can actually put a time on there, and allowing the individual to select what they choose to disclose or what not to disclose as well, and adhering to that. So I think I share the same concern with you on that as well. But I think Sean did a really good job with explaining that. And so if we are able to draft an informed consent, I think that would help ease some of the concerns that you brought forward.
Randy, you have Chris Rodriguez with his hand raised, Sharon Dufresne, and Liz Gary.
Let's go in that order. Chris, you have the floor.
Thanks, and I apologize for being late. I had a board issue with my own here at the office, but So as we talk about drafting these documents, and I appreciate Sean doing a good job of trying to explain them as best as he can, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know how many lawyers are on this thing. I'm not a lawyer. Not having some type of legal person like address us. I guess the question is, and I don't know how urgent it is to get this stuff drafted, but LDH has an army of lawyers, right? I mean, could we not have one of LDH's counsels like advise us on this? To make sure to let us know what is allowable, what is not allowable, and what levels of risk we may be taking as we non-lawyers try and draft language requesting information that could be inappropriate from a legal standpoint. So I guess, summing that up, do we have access to LDH counsel to ask or to present this type of stuff to us to kind of?
I mean,
LDH actually has an informed consent, right? That is made publicly. And so I want to say to Chris, that's a good idea to have legal consult on it, but I just want to reassure you that LDH also has a standard informed consent that has already been drafted by LDH that is used. And so if we do need to have questions about making modifications, adjust into that document, that may be the conversation, but LDH already has an informed consent that's been utilized historically for years now. So I just want to make that public because we are under LDH. That document is available. All right.
Thank you, Hyacinth. Chris, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I believe Sharon Dufresne was next. So Sharon, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much for taking my comment. Years ago, the council added something to the member application because the membership application only asks 3 things related to disability. Do you have a disability? And if so, when did it start? Does your child have a disability, a developmental disability? Let me backtrack. And when did that start? And the third one is, are you eligible for OCDD services? And I'm paraphrasing here. So what happened was, if you look at the ITAC guidance, it gives you a big list of questions that you're able to ask. Very specific to disability, and I think very invasive. So what we did was we balled all that up into one question which is, can you get services through OCDD? And that pretty much, if you're eligible for those services, then we assume that you have a developmental disability. Personally, as a community member, as a parent whose son has been, his privacy has been invaded in the past, council members have no business asking questions that are medically and personally sensitive, much less writing those down and discussing those in a membership committee, because it is not about the person's disability. Whether or not I have autism, all you need to know is I have a developmental disability. Whether I'm high functioning, autistic, whatever, that's none of your business. We assume that these family members like me and self-advocates understand what developmental disability is. And if someone overshares, that is about training your membership committee to not ask or to not write down that information, because oversharing is one thing. Actually discussing that in a membership committee, whether it's closed to the public or not, that's just wrong. And the last thing I'd like to say is something about informed consent. We have had self-advocates on the council in the past who have had intellectual disabilities. So will they be able to provide informed consent? And is it fair to ask everyone else to sign that and not self-advocates? I have a real problem with that. So you do realize, I hope, that a confidentiality clause is already included in our bylaws. The one that I have read that I believe is being presented is on the level of medical doctors. This is overkill, And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment and perspective.
Liz Gary has her hand raised. And
Yes,
Chris-
Liz, you have the floor, Liz.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted clarification. Is this for council members or for applicants? Because the bylaws already state that members are already under confidentiality. So it sounds like it's for both, but it's just not real clear as to who you're requiring to sign. It looks like you're requiring members to sign confidential agreements and then also asking applicants to sign a consent. So I'm just curious about that and why you would ask for confidentiality agreements when it's already in the bylaws when they took their oath of office. Thanks.
Thank you, Liz. It is worded, it would cover, we had membership processes in mind, and I can see where it would cover both. But as you rightly stated, we already as council members are under confidentiality agreements when we assume our office.
You have a comment from Crystal White, and you have
Yes,
Bambi
Crystal.
hand raised.
Yes, Crystal, you have the floor.
Crystal, would you like me to read it, or would you like to speak aloud? I can
says
read
to
it
read
while we're waiting. Okay. I am concerned with the sending of this personal private information on membership via personal unsecured Google/Yahoo email address to the council members. We also have an obligation to keep information private electronically.
Noted. Thank you, Crystal. Do you have any other comments with regard to the motion?
Liz has a comment and Bambi has her hand raised.
Bambi, you have the floor.
So I just want to concur with both Crystal's comment and Liz that I do think we need to maybe change that motion. But then in response to Sharon's comment, I agree with her. But one of the issues that was brought up at other meetings that I really took to heart was that we have a lack of representation of some disabilities, particularly people with significant disabilities or their family members. And so while it should be that you just have a developmental disability, it is important sometimes that we understand the disability that the person has personal experience with, so that we can have those representatives at the table. So sometimes it may appear that the best applicant is someone who's responded to LACAN, who's been to the Capitol on our days. But sometimes the best representative may be people who have not done that because they have been caring for a person, for usually their child, who has significant disabilities. So for us to be able to, as a membership committee, being able to have that information is important for us to have, to consider, so that we can have that diversity and that voice at the council meetings. And so that's my concern, and why I think that we should have, that sometimes we do need to share some of that information within the membership committee, within the executive, going into executive session, so that we can make those right choices and have that diversity. And that should be the only time that we would be sharing things within the executive session.
Thank you, Bambi, for that comment and clarification. Do I have any other discussion of the motion? And
Hyacinth has her hand raised.
Yes, Hyacinth.
I want to speak to the comment regarding membership committee members asking information of applicants. I want to make this clear. The membership committee members that I have worked with have been very careful and sensitive when they are engaging in conversation with any applicant. I want to also make it known that questions that are asked by the membership committee members are only the questions that are listed on the phone interview. Membership committee members are compassionate, empathic, and they do not probe or pry or try to elicit information out of applicants that is not listed on the phone interview. But that being said, there are times in which applicants themselves feel comfortable with the relationship that they have developed through the interview with the interviewer. And sometimes they disclose more information that is sensitive when they're attempting to answer the question. When that happens, it is incumbent upon the membership committee member to utilize judgment and not disclose information that may be too sensitive. And that becomes a challenge for the membership committee member, because with that being said, not all membership committee members are professionals in that type of discipline to know how to gauge and temperament the information that's being received to them. And so in all fairness to the membership interviewer, again, sometimes the applicant discloses information that is considered sensitive under the rules. And so we want to make sure that we are not saying anything or even receiving anything or documenting anything from the applicant that may be perceived as sensitive and that can be accidentally and unintentionally shared without that person's consent. And so that's why we feel that it's important to have this consent to mostly protect the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanson, for that clarification. Do I have any other comments with regard to the?
Jill Hanno had her hand raised.
Yes, Jill, you have the floor.
So did you say, Bambi, that you mentioned the idea of the membership committee going into executive session, or the executive committee going into executive session?
The membership committee, and at our last membership committee, which I think that reports could be given shortly, there was a few times, because we had 3 different people to select or offer for recommendation. There was 3 different very brief times that the committee went into executive session and just talk about, as I described, is there something that is, that needs to be shared, that we need to know, as I described, that, we're concerned about that being made public. And so it was very brief times, used with a lot of discretion. So it's the membership committee going into executive session.
I think that is an awesome idea. And Dr. McKay, what you had said was some really good points as well. And I just wanted to throw that out there too. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Jill. And do I have any other comments with regard to the motion on the floor?
Yeah,
There's a public comment. You want to read it, Hannah?
Oh, sure. From Sharon Dufresne. She said,
Please
I would never allow my son to sign a waiver allowing his personal info to be shared. And executive session is being used far too often.
Thank you for that comment and perspective, Sharon.
Mitch has his hand raised.
Yes, Mitch, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if we need to include the statement in this motion that the executive committee have members sign confidentiality agreements. Do we need to add that in there? Because we are already under a confidentiality agreement.
I was going to ask, I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to ask, because we talked about clarifying it earlier. Does anyone want to make an amendment so that it applies to membership?
Yes, I would just make a motion that we amend it to just say that we have applicants for council membership to sign consent to release information for discussion.
Sean, did you catch?
No, can you repeat that, Mitch? You want council members?
Yeah, basically just the second half of the motion, Sean, just take out the part where it says council, that council members sign confidentiality agreements.
But that's once they're a member, not when they're an applicant?
Well, my understanding of this is that it recommends the council consider having members sign confidentiality agreements. Members are already under a confidentiality agreement.
Correct.
So I don't think that we need that. We're mostly talking about new applicants and having them to consent to release their information for discussion.
So your motion is to strike the first part out?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You need a second if you want to get that.
So we have a substitute.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mike, for seconding. So I have a motion by Mitch, seconded by Mike, to strike out having members sign confidentiality agreements. And from the original motion, the new motion would read to require applicants for council membership to sign consent to release information for discussion of the applications. So it's the amendment to the motion by Mitch, seconded by Mike, that you're voting on. Do I have any further discussion of the new motion on the floor, the amendment?
I have a comment.
Yes, Stephen. Yes, sir.
Should we add to that new motion specifically to who we can share that information with?
That would be in the consent to release information on clarifying all that, Stephen. I mean, I
Wait,
don't
can
know
you
how
repeat
much.
that? I didn't get that.
John, I believe he asked you to repeat.
Sean, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Stephen
Can you
asked you
repeat what you said? I think I missed
what you
it.
said. He didn't catch
I'm
it.
sorry. It's just a matter of how specific y'all want to go into. My suggestion would be kind of what the guidance was before, is probably get legal guidance, and it's clear y'all want to narrowly define what is they're consenting to, for how long and to whom, and how it will be revealed. Those parameters are all detailed in a consent to release information form already. And so if it were me, I would maybe leave that up to the executive committee to later indicate that. Y'all have a little while before y'all have to do a new member application solicitation. Right now, as it stands right now, y'all have a little while to do that. My advice would not be to get that specific right now in this meeting. Just say y'all want to do a confidentiality and then work out those details later.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean. So any more discussion on the new motion before us, made by Mitch and seconded by Mike?
You have a comment from Sharon Dufresne?
Could you please read it?
Yes. We are sending the wrong signal out to potential applicants when we ask them to sign a release of confidential information. The council should protect against that. And she agrees
Thank you,
with what Sean said.
Thank you, Sharon, for that perspective. Do I have any more discussion of the new motion?
Yes, I do. Can you really catch me up on that? Because I was trying to get back into the meeting on what was being said.
Sure. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Rosalind. And we have a motion on the floor to require applicants for council membership to sign consent to release information for discussion of their applications. And we're,
Randall, I have a comment.
yes, Mitch.
This is just in response to Sharon's concerns, and I certainly understand and appreciate her concerns here. However, we're only asking for a release of for applicants to sign a release of information to discuss the information that they put on their application. No more, no less.
Correct.
We're only asking them to allow us to discuss that information amongst the membership members and just to make sure that we are doing the right thing and trying to essentially protect them and protect their information. We're not asking them to give us any more information, any more medical information. We're only asking them to allow us to discuss the information that's on their application. Just for clarification on that.
Correct, sir, and thank you for making that point of clarity.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's me again.
Yes, Robert.
All right, I do agree with Mitch on it, but how much more information that we can put on that application that could be personal for everybody to really read?
That's
It's
what
gratificational.
that's what we don't want to happen. We don't want to disclose any personal information that the applicant does not want shared, or that we don't have the ability or shouldn't be sharing because it's wouldn't be relevant to our work or our discussion. We just want to make sure, because as Hyacinth rightly said, sometimes the interviewer may already know the applicant in some cases, and even if they don't, during the during the discussion or interview process, you might build a rapport where they feel comfortable to share information that would be considered either protected health information by HIPAA, or would be just considered personal in nature that we would not want disclosed. And this is our attempt to make sure that does not happen, and that any information we do share would only be limited to what they share with us on the application.
You have another comment from Sharon Dufresne?
Yes, could you please read it?
She says there are no questions on the applications that deal with sensitive information. Maybe the application needs to be reviewed so that the members can know what they're voting on.
Noted, Sharon.
Randall, if I may, I want to share a different screen. And
please do.
In brief, those few questions that are on the application, when you ask someone if they have a developmental disability, if they're determined eligible by OCDD, or Office of Behavioral Health, or Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, you've basically have at that point personal health information. And that was basically the legal guidance we had. I could show it to you, but is to not discuss that I'm sorry for my dog barking, but any information related to the developmental disability status of the applicant or applicant's relative or child it puts it in that category. And I mean, by definition, we have to get that information to see if people are eligible to sit on the council. So I guess that's all I have to.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any more discussion of the motion before us? The amended motion.
Mitch has his hand raised.
Yes, sir, Mitch.
Well, I agree with Sean, but again, sometimes on the application, applicants will go into greater detail about about sensitive information about the nature of their disability. So, even though some may feel that the questions on there are not sensitive, applicants will quite often share a lot of information that is absolutely very sensitive. So this is why we're asking them to sign this consent to release information, so that if they're adding all this sensitive information and we're trying to determine the best, reviewing this information, trying to determine who's the best applicant and trying to make them the best decision about membership, we need to make sure that we're protecting that additional information that they're sharing with us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Any more discussion or comments on the amended motion?
Misha has her hand, she had her hand raised. There were a few comments. Misha has her hand raised. Michael Billings has his hand raised, and there are some comments.
Tamisha, and then Mike.
I just want to make a quick comment regarding the consents for confidentiality, excuse me. Just keep in mind whenever we're considering this, when we're looking at backgrounds of people and there's inquiries on the school level or any kind of complaints, most self-advocates and including parents of children with disabilities, looking at it from a whole perspective, they are asked to sign consents regarding, that individual or those people, accessing that information. With that in mind, usually on those consents, they can be tailored to where there's a disclosure period. So those parents are free to put on that, not just the parents, but any individual is free to put on that consent that there's an end date to the disclosure as well. And there's also the ability to, like we said before, document exactly what you want released. I think it is important because I think we need to take out our individual perspectives of why we feel this should or should not be released. I think we need to look at protecting all individuals, not just what we would do for our own children, but looking at it from a public's perspective. Those things are like piggybacking off of what Mitch said. People generally tend to go into a discussion personally so you can understand what they've gone through. Although you try to tailor things a certain way, does not mean that it'll go that way. And I think it's important to have a perspective on kind of like Ms. Polazola said, that we understand what that person wants to, provide for the membership committee. Having that consent protects everyone. So we're looking at, protecting everyone as a whole, not just individualized. I use my time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment and perspective, Tamisha. Mike, you had a question or comment, sir?
Tamisha pretty much covered what I was going to say, that sometimes the applicants give you a lot of information, and it's the committee member, the membership committee member's responsibility to not pass along every single bit of that information. as if it's not confidential outside of the conversation. And with that being said, I'd like us to move along, and I'd like to call the question.
Thank you, sir. The question has been called. Discussion ends, and we will now vote on the amended motion.
You need calling the question is a motion in and of itself.
Oh, I need a second to that, don't I? I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay, do I have a second to Mike's motion to call the question on the amended motion?
I will.
Thank you, Rosalind. So Rosalind is a second to Mike's motion to call the question on the amended motion from Mitch. And so now, do I have any objections to the motion to call the question? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Did I have any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes, and so the question is now called, and we will vote now on the motion before us, made by Mitch and seconded by, I believe, Mike. Yes, seconded by Mike. We now have the motion before you to require applicants for council membership to sign consent to release information for discussion of their applications. That is the motion before you now for a vote. And so do I have any abstentions to this motion? Does any council member abstain to this motion?
I abstain. I apologize. I wasn't really here for the entire discussion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your abstention is noted. Chris abstains. Does anyone else abstain from this motion?
Hey, Randall, I'm also going to abstain.
Okay, that's Christy Joe, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Christy Joe has abstained as well. Thank you. Do you have any other abstentions to the motion? Do I now have any objections to this motion? Do any council members object to this motion?
All right, is there a purpose again for me to really vote on this one again? Can you remind me on it?
We are all voting on whether we want to pass this motion that we have to require applicants for council membership. That means people who would apply to become members of the council to sign a consent to release information for discussion of their applications. And so you'd be voting on yes if you agree with that, and or no if you do not.
Randall, if I may, Rosalind, since your connection had interference, I mean, what Chris did, because he had, he abstained because he couldn't participate in the entire discussion.
I was about to bring that point up, that she can abstain as well if she would like to do so.
Then I will. I'll do that then.
You want to abstain? Okay.
Yes.
Thank
please.
you. So Rosalind abstains. So do I have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this motion is carried. Thank you. Now, I believe that ends the motions, does it not, Sean, from the executive committee?
Yes, sir. Let me get back to, I think we are. We're about an hour behind schedule, or
right,
more. Yeah, maybe two hours behind schedule. We had a break scheduled at 10. I would recommend us take a 10-minute break, let everyone run to the restroom, get a drink of water and whatnot?
Yes.
Um,
Yes, we have a 10-minute break. It is currently 10:55. So at 11:05, we will reconvene to carry out the rest of our business. So we'll see everyone at 11:05. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Thank you, Randall.
Thank you.
Randall, I'm ready when you are, sir.
Yes, sir. Do we have a quorum present?
What I'm going to ask is, I'm going to hide my screen and ask that everybody show their screen to make sure we have a quorum. As long as you see 13 screens, 14 with me. Pop.
Right.
You're good. You can go, sir.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that much needed little break there. Okay, so in the interest of time, we're going to move as quickly as we can now. And Sean, I'm going to give you the floor for your executive director report and our budget report, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sean Fleming, interim executive director. I just want to start off by just thanking our staff during all the COVID shutdown. We've been working from home, and I just tell you, they have been doing a remarkable job with getting everything running. I also want to just express gratitude to all the council members for, we've had to reschedule everything, and y'all have worked with our staff very well in just making it happen and figuring out how to do these things remotely. I will tell you, we're still learning and trying to figure out the best way. We're open to any suggestions to making these meetings and y'all ability to conduct business as good as possible. Due to the suspension of in-person activities, a lot of the activities that we had running discontinued during the pandemic shutdowns. And of course, that impacts a lot of budget. So y'all see that when I do the budget report, you don't have the end of the year report. We do have 13 months in state government, to get the invoices from June. But a lot of our activities have not made the expenditures anticipated because of those shutdowns. So y'all will see more money. I kind of shifted some more money when you talk about next year's plan. With travel reimbursement, I've sent out an email. I'm going to send it out again after the council meeting. When we do begin to travel again, they're going to make electronic reimbursements, electronic fund transfers into your account. They will no longer send a hard check to you. So only about 4 or 5 of y'all have submitted your information to Casey Hickman. It's up here. It's in my report. I will send a reminder to do that. Like the rest of y'all, I was devastated with losing April. And I do think Randall has stepped in admirably, but her loss was, I'll just say significant on a personal level. And I'm sure it was with y'all. We did create some resources, COVID-19 resources, and Friends and Families webinars because they've moved exclusively to that. So we've put that up on the website. I hope y'all keep going to that. We keep that updated with information as much as possible. I've also participated in a number of meetings. A lot of those were put on by the National Associations for Developmental Disabilities. And that's been actually a good thing to connect with the rest of everybody across the nation. Of course, everybody's still just grappling with what to do and how to figure out what to do. We've also mirrored that on the LACAN level and have had weekly LACAN calls. So I do feel like, in this tragedy and pandemic, it has created opportunities to participate. I'd also just like to give a lot of kudos to Bambi and Julie and Christy Joe and the people who have been instrumental in addressing how to shift services very quickly during the pandemic, and for including stakeholders in that process. And I just think that the council should recognize that there's been a continual effort by all these agencies to ensure that stakeholders are at the table while they're making decisions. And sure, they have to make some decisions so quickly. And I'm glad that they did make some decisions, to do the K waivers and all the other waivers to address it, but I do feel like they have really included stakeholders and brought them to the table. And I think the council should recognize them for doing that. Some of the things that we advocated for that were just significant, I think, was one for LDH to share data on the impact of COVID-19 on people with developmental disabilities. And they do that weekly. It's updated on the OCDD website. It's included on our page as well. I want to thank them for that. And early on, there was guidance, I guess. It was actually from Washington State, but it was on the LDH website. And I think it was just because of the hurry of making it happen on the use of rationing medical equipment when there are shortages. And to me, it's kind of spoke to the core of the value of people with developmental disabilities in our community. And I was very happy that LDH responded by issuing multiple memos clarifying, and, they retracted what was the Washington State's guidance, and they issued a few memos. And I thought that was significant. And I really encourage y'all to read those and understand the significance of the value of people with developmental disabilities and not discriminating against people with developmental disabilities in providing health care. That's the main things. If y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those. So, are there any questions? Okay. Well, I see Jill has her hand raised and Rosalind has her hand raised. Jill?
Yes, thank you, Sean. I tried a few times. Is the 2020 legislative wrap-up not on YouTube?
It should be. I'm sorry, I didn't go through all the legislative outcomes. We did put out per y'all requests where it should be on YouTube, and I will get somebody to put if somebody on staff can put that link in the chat box, I'd appreciate it. And then maybe we'll email it out to you. Here, Hannah just put it up there. And Hannah, if you could email that link out to everyone. Y'all had requested
Please and thank you.
Okay, just for reference, y'all had requested we do the legislative debriefing about bills relevant to people with developmental disabilities. We do that every year with our LeCan leaders and Felson Families directors. We did it online, of course, this year. And it's a little hour-long YouTube with just covering some of the big issues. We also issued an LADDC news with those same links and indicating those significant bills. One thing we did not put in there that I think passed like after I had issued it was that $250 critical work essential. Let me go corral my dog. My apologies. I'm that guy today. We also issued the LeCan news, but there was a $250 supplemental pay for essential workers that also passed that I think is critical for everybody working with people with developmental disabilities. Any other questions? Rosalind, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, I did. All right. For the numbers of what you kind of mentioned in here, or the dates or something that you was mentioning for every year for the LACan, I was trying to follow you and I lost you.
So for LeCan, we do a number of different meetings with our LeCan leaders and Felson Families directors, and we start off the year with a kickoff. And we usually have monthly calls. We've been doing them weekly. which has just made us more connected. I mean, this was a significant challenge with advocacy, y'all, as y'all all know, so I don't need to go into that. But I don't know what other numbers I expressed, Rosalind. If you want, I'll call you and I'll walk through my report later, because I don't know what numbers you're referring to. So if you don't know the specific.
You have like from March to June 1st here. From June 1st and June 15th.
Yeah, well, we didn't have an April meeting. And so this is actually going back. I mean, really, I probably missed a few things, as you know, like in January, February. I mean, this report is like Randall's was, it's 6 months of stuff. So it does cover a lot of space.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at right there. That's where my question was. Because you have like, you know, dates and everything, and I was trying to understand even with COVID-19 as well.
So there's
So how much did we miss with the COVID-19?
How much do we miss in what regard?
In the months that we have missed, that, you know, we didn't, you know, go to Baton Rouge and that. Because, you know, we always used to traveling to Baton Rouge and have our, you know, 2 months, I mean, 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am. So since March 16th, the executive committee met. Is that right, Randall? Was it the 16th? I think that's correct. And at that time, put in place a suspension of in-person activities. And so there have been no meetings in person. There have been no LACAN call, you know, action alerts to participate in person. There have been no meetings of any contractual activities that were in person today since that time.
So when are we going to go back and, you know, doing our 2 days of meetings after this whole COVID-19 again?
That will be up to the executive committee to make that determination. You know, some of the action alerts I've shared, the research where people with developmental disabilities, even children, are at a higher vulnerability of risk. And you know, even when we go through the phases, because of comorbid conditions, which are other conditions kind of sometimes related, but that people have with developmental disabilities that they tend to have more often than people without developmental disabilities, the entire population tends to be at a little bit higher risk in general. So it's that will be up to the executive committee. Right now, where the state is, we're actually at the worst place. We were worse than we were in April in terms of the number of cases that are coming out. So I don't see it happening anytime soon. The budget that y'all passed earlier reflected reductions in travel that I do not anticipate y'all having an October meeting. And it's the kind of wait and see for January is where I am. We're in a tough position with making contracts with hotels, and I'm not going to recommend we make a contract with the hotel for even January until we're certain we're going to go in, which is going to put us in a difficult position, because my fear is if we make the commitment to the hotel and everybody knows we're in a pandemic, they could charge us even if y'all don't go. And that would be a cost with no benefit.
What would that be, the costing, even if it's going to be extra cost of what, like extra 100 or 2?
Oh, no, it's like, it's more than that. Council meetings cost about $5,000 to run. It just, but that includes y'all travel, y'all hotel rooms and all that. It's probably $2,000, a little more than $2,000 for like the rooms, food and everything else. And a portion of that we may be liable for if we write a contract. And so I'm going to wait as long as possible before committing that.
Because I wanted to really find out where we are, but could we ever still do our meetings on Zoom, even in the month of October and January as well?
In October, for sure, I'm anticipating it. I'm going to encourage y'all to consider, when y'all do your advocacy agenda in October, is to consider advocating to revise open meetings law to enable this. If you notice, we actually have, and not necessarily in this meeting, because in our council meetings, we always have a lot of attendees, but in a lot of the other meetings, it is actually increased participation and involvement, which is what the purpose of open meetings law is. And so I do think you lose something doing it all virtually, but it also is an accommodation for that could enhance participation. So anyway, any other questions? Good question, Rosalind. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Let me do the budget report.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait. In your packet, you have the budget report. Trying to find it on my screen.
All right, what packet are you talking about, Sean?
I'm actually opening up the hyperlink inside of the agenda. I'd sent you all the agenda, and the agenda's online, and so I have most of these things hyperlinked inside of there. And so here are your expenditures through June. I want you to, again, to emphasize, when we talk about contracts, the invoices for activities that occurred in June did not hit yet. So there's still probably, I'd be guessing, but at least $50,000 maybe of contracts that'll come through. Usually it's a lot higher than that in the last month because we have more activities. But even with that, you can see, like in contracts, this is what I was referring to, there's always money left over. I want to be clear with that, because every contract can't go over its budget, but we are going to leave a lot more money than anticipated at the beginning of the year. It will be left on the table in contracts. There's also a huge budget balance in salaries due to the vacancy in the executive director position. I was worried about travel, but of course we have plenty of money in there. So any questions on the budget? Okay, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and so now we move into our standing committee reports. And I believe our first report to be administered today is the Act 378 Subcommittee report given by Committee Chair Bambi Palazzolo. So Bambi, you have the floor.
Give me a second. I'm trying to find it
Sure.
again. I apologize, I clicked out of it. Okay. I'm unmuted, okay. So the Act 378 Subcommittee met Tuesday and reviewed the fiscal year 20 fourth quarter data for programs within the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, Behavioral Health, and Aging and Adult Services through the ARC of Louisiana. These reports can be found on the council's website under the council meeting section if you'd like to review. Our committee did not have any recommendations or decisions for the council's consideration, but there are a few updates that I want to share. So first off, at our last meeting, we requested OCDD provide an approved pending funding report, which looks at the individual and family support or IFS requests. Based on the report, there were 81 requests as of June that were approved pending funding in whole or in part. All but one of those came from the capital area. We felt it odd to not have other regions listed in the report and reviewed multiple scenarios that may have caused this. For instance, it's possible that the district or authority did not have funding for priority 3 or 4 requests, so they were not even being processed. We asked OCDD to follow up with the districts and authorities to find out their different practices and determine what may have caused the discrepancies in the report. The second thing I wanted to point out that regarding the council's recommendations for updates to the individual and family support or IFS and consumer care resource programs, Tanya Murphy with OCDD shared the final rule was published and she received feedback on the updated IFS manual from stakeholders. She will review the feedback and submit the manual for final signatures from leadership and hopes to train the district and authority staff in October. The committee also asked updates in the manual include notifying families deemed to have a priority 3 or 4 request that their case will not go before the IFS committee in that region. We also discussed some of the eligibility requirements for Flexible Family Fund. There was some concern in the past that to be eligible for the program, you had to be enrolled in an approved school setting and have documentation from the school that your child met one of the exceptionalities in Bulletin 1508. It was discussed that this policy was changed to remove the school requirement and allow a licensed professional to submit evaluations saying that the child's exceptionality conforms to Bulletin 1508. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Bambi. Does anybody have any questions for Bambi on her report?
Rosalind has her hand raised.
Thank you, Ebony. Rosalind, you have a question for Bambi about her report?
Yeah, I do. For the one you was talking about when OCDD, is there like for a certain kind of schooling for that? Or is that just for a certain kind of students that y'all really have?
So that has to do with the Flexible Family Funds, which is a monthly fund that families can receive. I believe it's $258 a month. And the way that to determine eligibility for that fund has in the past was that since it's for people 18 and under, it is that the school has, based on the educational evaluation that they've met, that what's called Bulletin 1508, which determines a student's exceptionalities. And so since with the changes, the policy has removed that requirement that you have to have the school system determination to where another option is to have a licensed professional say that child meets that definition and not necessarily have to go through the school system. So it gives another option.
Yeah, but how much would that really be if you don't go through the system of the school?
Then if you don't want to go through the school system, then you can get the determination through a licensed professional, a medical professional.
Do you need like to have a a professional or your own professional to do the paperwork in? Or do you need to have a certain kind of paperwork?
You would have to either have the school paperwork that's required, or you have to have it through a medical professional.
What kind of medical professional that is required for that?
It could be any, like a doctor, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. There's different type of licensed medical professionals that could provide that.
Okay, that's what I really wanted to know.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Bambi about her report? All right, thank you, Bambi. Up next, we have self-determination and community inclusion. So that committee chair, Mr. Mike Billings, you have the floor.
Hey, good morning, everybody. The Self-Determination Community Inclusion Committee met on July the 10th, and we ended up with 4 recommendations for the council's consideration. First, the committee discussed ideas for proceeding with future partners in policymaking sessions. Due to COVID-19, the 2020 class was unable to finish the program. I believe their last session was in March, and there was a lot of uncertainty about how to move forward in 2021 as well. Thus, we bring forth the following motion. The Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee recommends a partner in policymaking ad hoc committee be formed to discuss finalizing the class of 2020 and how the class should look for 2021 and possibly 2022. So we're offering that to the full council for consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. And we do not need a second to this motion because it comes from your standing committee. So do I have any discussion of the motion? Okay, hearing none, do I have any abstentions to this motion? Does anybody abstain? Does any council member abstain from this motion? Hearing no abstentions, do I have any objections to this motion? Does any council member object to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion has carried. Thank you. Mike, you have the floor.
Sir, thank you. Next, we discussed the current LaCan leader vacancies. We still have vacancies in Region 1 and Region 10, the New Orleans metro area, and in Region 4, the Acadiana area. So we bring forth the following motion. The Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee recommends including the Special Education Advisory Panel and the Special Education Advisory Committees in the recruitment of LaCan leaders and council membership, along with partners of policymaking.
Thank you, sir. And so again, this is from your committee, so it doesn't need a second for your consideration. Do I have any discussion of this motion?
Hey, Randall, I'm sorry. I don't know if
Yes, Christy Joe.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much. Not discussion, just a clarifying question. With SEEP and the local advisory committees, I'm just curious about how you want to get the word out about that, and then what role those groups would play as LaCan leaders.
Mike, did y'all have any discussion about that or any clarification for her on the intent there?
I believe the intent was to utilize targets, not actually a good word, but for marketing purposes per se, to reach out to these panels and committees and for the recruitment purposes for LaCan and the council and partners of policymaking. Just to see if we could find interested parties within those groups. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it very well.
Yeah, that does. And thank you. And as the staff liaison for SEEP at the department, if there's anything we can do to be helpful with that, would love to partner and see the ways we can collaborate to support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy Joe. And so we have this.
Rosalind has her hand raised.
Yes, Rosalind.
Hey, this is what I want to know. All right, for the two different ones that you have up here, Mike, SEAP, which one is that one? And the other one that you have is SEAC. What's the difference in between both of them? Is it different in the two, or are they same in which way?
Those are two different panels and / committees. They're separate panels. I can't speak to.
Not answer.
Sure.
The first one is the state level special education advisory panel. This is required by federal law. That's run by the Louisiana Department of Education. The special education advisory committees were committed by law, I think it was not this year, last year. And every school system is required to have a special education advisory committee. So these are local with your local school system, the second one, Rosalind, okay?
All right, because I didn't know if it's gonna be like in two different schools or if it's in the same schooling or in the same school is in what kind of billing or what's in both of them. If I'm reading this right, because I don't know if I am or not, is one of them for one school and the other one is in another school, though, Sean? If I'm reading it?
One is at the state level and the other ones are at the local school system levels. So like Jefferson Parish School System has a special education advisory committee.
So what kind of committee is that though, Sean?
It is comprised of parents and educators. It has the state one is much more inclusive of a lot of different entities. The local systems are relatively small, but it has parents and of kids with disabilities on both of them. Okay.
All right, because this is what I want to know, because with us being at Magnolia and with the community services, we have like ISP meetings. So is that considered like the same thing as an ISP meeting? Right? Or are they different in that kind of perspective, in the kind of outcome of the school wing?
Rosalind, what this motion is really looking for is to contact those members of those panels and committees to see if their interest in being a LaCan leader or being on the council when there are openings, and if they're willing or interested in participating in partners making.
That's what I'm looking for, Michael.
All right.
I wasn't really sure, you know, if I'm understanding you and also understanding where Sean is really coming from.
Okay. I hope we answered your question.
Oh, it did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have the motion before us on the floor Do I have any abstentions to the motion? Does anybody, any council member abstain from this motion? Hearing none, does any council member object to this motion? Hearing no objections, the motion has carried.
Randall, you have some comments regarding the previous motion. So
Okay,
Liz Gary indicated she would like to be on the ad hoc for partners and policymaking committee. Jill Hanno also indicated she would like to. And then Kathleen Canino commented that is not really fair. I don't think it should be done like that. So I'm not sure if they want to comment on that. We skipped a step. I'm not sure. So I just recommend you go back and consider. I started typing them in my notes to myself, basically. But
okay.
I recommend you go back and ask, who would like to participate.
Yes, I'll do that. Obviously, the two who've already asked, we have listed. Would anyone like to serve on the ad hoc committee for partners in policymaking?
And you have a comment from a phone that I don't know who it is, that I would like to be on every ad hoc committee created.
Okay, let's work to try to find out who that person is, and we'll
Yes, sir.
honor the request.
Yes, sir.
I also have a question whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir, Stephen.
Can we share this opportunity with members from outside of the community? Because I had spoken with somebody who is in the current partners in policy making class, and she had expressed interest, but I wanted to confirm with her that she was still interested before putting her name out there.
Right. I mean, yes, you can share the information throughout the community, and anyone can request to join. It doesn't have to be today. I can take requests at any time for it.
So would I have her just email yourself, or
Yes,
are you just going to? Okay.
at my email that's on the website.
Okay.
It's on the DD Council website.
Bambi has her hand raised.
Yes, Bambi.
So this is something I think needs to be considered. I know it's a longstanding practice that whenever we create ad hoc committees that we solicit for volunteers to serve, but I think it also contributes to having kind of the same pool of people being involved and like our outreach, because there may be people who want to participate who cannot participate in our council meetings. And so
Right.
I would like to consider maybe another practice of, everyone, I'd like to have everyone participate that wants to participate, but sometimes it does have to have a limited number of people. So maybe a consideration of another practice of after the meeting where people who couldn't be at the meeting could then, there'd be a volunteer list that, people say, these are the different ad hoc committees that are being established or formed. Right. And then you can look through and get, diversity on all of these committees and make sure that we have, different voices at the table.
That's a good idea, and thank you, Bambi. We'll do that.
We can do that easily, Bambi. We'll put it on our website and then push out on LADDC News. There's already a way to serve, and we can just make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Sean. Thank you, Bambi. So if there's no other comment to this motion, which is already passed, let's move on in the interest of time. We are very much behind schedule, so let's move forward. If anybody has any questions or concerns, that you can always reach out to me and I will hear you.
Okay, did we finish up with the previous motion? We kind of jumped some.
Yeah, I think we need to vote on this motion. Do we not, Sean?
Oh, yeah, I thought y'all voted. Y'all didn't vote? Y'all didn't vote on the previous one?
I think we're looking at the one, I think we did vote on the.
I think he was on this one, huh?
Yeah, y'all
Yeah,
voted on
we
that.
voted on it.
We need the next
You're on your
one, this
motion,
one.
Mike.
Yes, we need this one.
You're on your next motion. It still involves LaCan, but it's related to all contracts being involved with providing information and
All
education.
right, now, now which one is that one that you was just talking about, Sean? About, I'm trying to keep up.
We're on to the one on the screen now, Rosalind. Committee, we also discussed how important it is to ensure people are informed about LaCan and its activities, as well as the council and other initiatives. So we brought forth the motion, and the motion reads, the Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee recommends all contracts include language and objectives that education and outreach must be provided on LaCan, the council, and partners in policy making membership.
Okay, so this does not need to be seconded. This is in the interest of time, unless somebody has a really pressing issue with this motion. Let's try to move quickly to a vote, but I am asking for discussion.
Randall, I'd like to just make a point of, I mean, we'll do whatever y'all want, if that's what y'all want your contracts to do. By saying all contracts, sometimes we contract with vendors that are not related to advocacy at all. And I'll just use the example of we provide training on, sport employment, train, about 600 people on web-based system. This would require us to put that in their contract. They might short, and any of your contractors could potentially request additional resources to even understand, learn about LaCan, whatever, if they're not. And I understand the desire to have everybody connected. There could be cost implications to this decision. I just want to make sure y'all are aware of that.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion of the motion before us? Hearing none, I'll proceed with a vote on the motion. So do I have any abstentions to this motion? Does any council member abstain from this motion? Hearing none, do I have any objections to this motion? Are there any council members who object to this motion? The motion has carried. Thank you. Is that all you have for us, Mike?
No, I have a little more. I'm going to move along as quickly as possible. So the committee's last recommendation deals with Act 421, the Children's Medicaid option, which is Louisiana's proposed version of TEFRA. Information about public information hearings was emailed to stakeholders during the committee meeting, and members wanted to ensure this information was disseminated. So the motion is the Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee recommends sending the Act 421 Children's Medicaid option TEFRA public meeting information as an action alert to the council's listserv and is offering this recommendation to the full council for consideration.
Okay, so again, we have the motion on the floor from the committee. Doesn't need a second, so we have the motion. Do we have discussion of this motion?
You have Cody Wilson has her hand raised.
Yes, Cody, you have the floor. I believe. is
All
she
right,
saying-
until the host unmutes me, I can't unmute myself. So,
Thank
yeah,
you,
hey, I just wanted you guys to know that I would amend it to say Tephra-like because it's not a Tephra program. It's a Tephra-like program.
Okay, thank you for that, Cody. So do I need a motion to amend, Sean? I believe so. Or can we just do it with the committee's agreement?
I think you need a motion to amend.
I believe I do, yes. So do I have a motion to amend the motion to say Tephra-like instead of simply Tephra?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Bambi. Do I have a second to Bambi's motion to amend?
I'll second it.
Okay, I'm not sure who first said. I'll second it.
I think that was going to be me.
Okay, well, thank you. So Rosalind seconds.
Hey, I'm sorry, whoever was trying to beat me.
So the motion, the amended motion we have before you now, brought by Bambi and seconded by Rosalind, is to amend the motion to include the language of Tephra-like. So the motion would stay the same, except you would add Tephra-like instead of Tephra to the motion language. Do I have any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, do I have any abstentions to the motion? Does any council member abstain from this motion? Hearing none, does any council member object to this motion? Do I have any objections to this motion? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Okay, the committee also received an overview from Chris Rodriguez with Disability Rights Louisiana about their research on existing policies and rules in Louisiana regarding abuse of people with developmental disabilities. The council contracted with them to develop to develop a report with legislative, regulatory, and other recommendations designed to help prevent the sexual and other abuse of people with developmental disabilities. The report will be made available to the council once completed. Members were also updated on the state's fiscal year 2021 budget from Jen Katzman with Medicaid and Julie Hagan with OCDD. Members asked if they could keep the council and committee updated on any possible mid-year cuts so people could advocate. Lastly, Julie Hagan with the Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities briefly shared steps the department took to mitigate the risk to individuals and service providers during the pandemic by seeking exemptions to current rules for the 4 home and community-based waivers for people with developmental disabilities. There's been growing discussion about continuing some of the exemptions after the pandemic. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, the committee was unable to delve into the discussion. However, Ms. Hagan shared the department plans to start a work group to discuss this topic further in the near future. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. And so next we have education and employment. So Mary, you have the floor. Mary Tarver.
Good morning. Our Education and Employment Committee, we don't have any recommendations to the council. We did have some discussion yesterday. I had asked Christy Joe with the Louisiana Department of Education and Melissa Bayham with LRS to give us some insight as to what's going on in their areas due to COVID and the pandemic. So I'll cover some of that information, and I'm sure both of them will have information they'll present in their report today for the whole committee. But Christy Joe presented information from the Bessie board policy that had just passed the day before we met, I think. So the policy that passed was regarding safety standards for reopening schools, providing flexibility to students and static groups to ensure service providers would have access to them in the classroom, or that students with disabilities would have access to services. They also cover exemptions for essential workers and providers to enter schools and daycares to provide services, and have exceptions for mask requirements, which include students with disabilities and those who may have medical exemptions. There was a lot of information shared. Christy Joe pulled up the information on the Louisiana Believes website, and they're also asking for public feedback and guidance on the information that is there. She shared with us an email that's specialeducation@la.gov and COVID-19@la.gov, so that they could get feedback. Of course, everything is very fluid about the plans, and they're working with each of the parishes on their specific plans. So what we wanted to do was work together to have a joint press release to educate the public or educate our DD community about how to find the information that Department of Education has developed. It was a lot of information, which of course we didn't have time to cover it all, but we're looking forward to working with the Department of Health on, Department of Education to help get the word out about the information that they already have as guidance on their website. We also got an update from Rosemary Morales from the OCDD. She shared information about the Elsevier online training that was for supported employment providers, and the council had actually funded that, and the program ended in December of 2019. They did have 460 participants who completed the training, and that was with the LGEs, support coordination, and provider agencies statewide. She also said that they're working on implementation of the home and community-based services setting rule and redesign of vocational or day rehabilitation employment service definitions, but there have been delays due to COVID-19. So we'll get some more updates from her in the future. And then Melissa Bayham shared some information about the services that they have been providing and how some of those things have changed since the pandemic started. They do have staff working virtually, and now they're allowing electronic signatures, so that's been a help. At the height of COVID, they had participation that drastically decreased, but that started to improve. They have adopted an emergency rule that expanded the financial need criteria for certain services. And she said that the on-the-job training rates has been increased. So that was all good news. One of the other bits of information we got was that the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Alliance, we had gotten an update from them at our last meeting that they've been working with colleges and universities across the state to help find other colleges and universities that want to participate in the Inclusive Education Alliance. And so LSUA, which is in Alexandria, and Grambling, which is in Ruston, have both said that they were interested. And I actually yesterday after the meeting, I got a notice from LSUA that they actually are having a informational meeting starting, that's on August the 4th at the campus at LSUA from 6 to 7:30 PM. So we'll try and get that information out to this group as well, so that they'll know that they can participate and get education about that. We also had some discussion about inclusive childcare and customized employment activities. And they can be found under the 2020 council meeting websites as status of planned activities. And that's it.
All right, thank you, Mary.
Mhm.
Any questions for Mary? And please keep in mind, we have a lot of ground to cover and we're behind. So any questions for Mary about her report? Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Okay, and so now we move into our ad hoc committee reports. And we begin with our membership report from Membership Committee Chair, Dr. Hyacinth McKee. Dr. McKee, you have the floor.
I'm on mute. I think I'm still on mute. Can you all hear me now?
I can hear you.
Great. Let me try and see if I can get this screen to work. Okay, great. So the membership committee meeting was held on June 24th and 25th. At this time, I'm going to ask if Hannah could assist by putting the names of the 6 candidates that were being recommended for appointment to the DD Council so that the full screen could be shown. I'm trying to open my screen as well. I cannot get my full screen to open. There we are. Okay. And so the membership committee meeting met on June 24th and 25th. So far, we have 6 candidates that will be considered for recommendation to the governor for final appointment for our council. The full council should have received biographical sketches on each candidate that has been recommended for the seats. We will start with North Louisiana. So in North Louisiana, the recommendation was made to recommend Rashad Bristow as the primary candidate for the seat in North Louisiana, and to recommend Yolanda Jewett as alternate. This recommendation was made in this format as it was recognized that the Louisiana Developmental Disability Council had no representation from an African-American male sitting on the council. And so keeping in guidelines in accordance with the Administration on Community Living, it was recommended that the council consider this motion as it is written. And so at this time, I would like to ensure that the full council has read the biographical sketches from Rashad Bristow, as well as Yolanda Jewett. And if there are any objections to this motion, it looks like Hannah has also placed the bios inside the chat box of the 2 candidates for the North Louisiana region. So at this time, I want to entertain any objections to this motion that's brought forth by the membership committee for the candidates for North Louisiana vacancy. If hearing no objections, Any abstentions? And so it is. Rashad Bristow will be recommended for consideration by the governor to be appointed to hold the seat for North Louisiana. And Yolanda Jewett will be recommended for consideration of appointment by the governor for the alternate position. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move right on to Southeast Louisiana candidates. There was a recommendation made by the membership committee to recommend Ms. Jill Eagley and Ms. Liz Gary to fill the seat for the Southeast Louisiana. Ms. Liz Gary submitted a notification to the membership committee that she is requesting to remove her name from consideration. And therefore, Ms. Kathleen Canino was the next individual to be considered.
Liz Gary has her hand raised.
So therefore, we are going to, at this time, ask for any votes that will be made to send these recommendations to the governor. What we are doing this time for the DD Council is ensuring that the governor has the final appointment of the members to the full council. And so therefore, we are asking that the full council review the biographical sketches of these individuals and then vote and to submit the recommendations to the governor, and that he makes the final appointment. And so if we can get the council, give the council an opportunity to review the biographical sketches. And then we will ask you all to make a vote. Okay, at this time, council, you are going to be voting for the candidate to be recommended to hold the seat. Keep in mind, we are required to have a self-advocate to hold this seat, because by law, we are not fulfilling the number of self-advocates that are on our council at this time.
Bambi and Liz Gary both have their hand raised.
Bambi?
I apologize. I may have not heard a portion of what you said, Hyacinth, but so we had made the recommendation, as I was a member of the membership committee, we made the recommendation of the two candidates to be Liz Gary and Jill Eagley. Liz Gary asked her name to be removed. And from that, can you explain again, how did Kathleen's name end up? Because that's not a recommendation from the committee.
Right, and so Kathleen's name was the next candidate that was, in line for that. We still are going to need an alternate, but we recognize that Jill Eagley is a self-advocate, and we need to ensure that we have our self-advocates represented properly. And so, this is the memberships committee attempt to keep in line with the requirements of the DD Act to ensure that we have self-advocates, but we also recognize we need an alternate as well. And so that put us in a position to ensure that we are following the DD Act to the best, in line with the Act.
So this is not a motion from the committee.
No,
It is just showing who is the next.
it's showing
person.
who was the next person.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Three
Any
people,
other questions?
three people have their hands raised: Crystal White, Jill Hanno, and Liz Gary.
Crystal White?
Hey, thank you. I was just, so we're sending in 2 names to the governor, correct? And he's going to decide. Am I understanding that correctly?
So, Crystal, our attempt is to send 2 names to the governor and allow him his right to appoint, make the appointment. But we
Completely understand that. Are we also going to notify him that in order to be in compliance with the law, we need a
all of that will
self-advocate?
be included. Yes,
Okay.
Crystal, because we
All
have to make sure that we are aligned with the DD Act and the law, right?
Okay, yeah.
But we have to make sure that we show the public who all qualified, right, for these
Correct.
seats, that in all fairness. And so it puts us in a situation where we have to be transparent, right, to know
Absolutely.
who all was considered for candidacy.
Completely following. Thank you for the clarification.
And so at this time, I am going to ask if there are any other objections or comments from the council regarding the Southeast Louisiana candidates.
Jill Hayno has her hand raised.
Yes, Jill. Jill? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, how far are we out of compliance with self-advocates?
So Jill, you're asking about the compliance for self-advocates?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we need to fill another seat with a self-advocate.
Okay, just that one?
As it stands right now, we're not in compliance because we do not have the required number of seats filled by self-advocates, correct?
How many seats do we need to fill to be in compliance?
One more.
Oh, okay.
One more, Jill, one more.
All right.
We're one seat away. And so we are making every effort to ensure that that happens, but we also recognize that it is the governor's final decision to make an appointment to the council. It is his final decision, but we need to be transparent as to who's a candidate.
Okay,
I believe Bambi's next. Bambi?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on this. As I understood and read Liz's withdrawal of her name, it is because she recognized that we have to have a self-advocate, and Jill is the only self-advocate that made it through the process with all 3 positions that were available, and therefore, like I do not see that Liz's removal of herself was because she wanted someone else to be in that place. And I think her view was appropriate. And so I don't think that we need to have a second person that's recommended that causes confusion. I mean, it just needs to be clear in the submission in our vote. It needs to be clear that we have one self-advocate. This is the person that we have as a self-advocate. And so of course it is the governor's right if somehow somewhere else another self-advocate is selected. However, our recommendation needs to be clear and not confusing of the situation and what has to be done to meet the federal rules, if I made myself clear. So my recommendation would be that we have a motion that we are going to recommend Jill Egley for the position for Southeast Louisiana candidate for appointment to the council, and no one else listed in that motion.
Jill Hano has her hand raised.
Yes, Jill.
Thank you. Did other people, did other self-advocates apply and she just got the highest score, or was it just, because I know right now we're having low numbers of applications, especially self-advocates. So was she like, how many self-advocates applied?
Can I do just a point of order, please?
Yes, sir, you may.
I must be muted.
So,
No.
well, one, I mean, Liz wants to speak, so I don't know if Liz wants to speak first, but the motion that came out of the committee is a motion. And so it would have to be amended to add Kathleen. You don't have to make a motion to remove Kathleen. You have to make a motion to amend her in. So it's kind of, I think that's the direction, like would have to, the course of order, but Liz has had her hand raised for quite a while now, and I don't know if y'all want to allow her to speak on it.
We will allow her to speak, and we want to hear Liz's comments, but I have to let the council members speak first. We also have to correct this motion, and so we will allow public members to speak, but we just need to make sure we move through this process first.
So this is Bambi. Is it appropriate now to make that what we need to do in order to correct that motion?
Yes.
Okay, or is there correction needed? Considering Liz has withdrawn herself, is there correction needed? Sean, can you?
Yeah, so as I read it, if Liz removed herself, the only motion now is to make the recommendation for Jill Eagley to send that name for the governor's consideration, because Liz removed herself and the full committee did not explicitly indicate another member. So to add another member would require an amendment to the motion.
Then can I ask, if you do remove yourself, then how many's on the listing who could be the next person to fill in Liz's spot? If you do remove yourself.
Bambi made a motion and I seconded it and 2 or 3 other people seconded it. And so I feel like that motion spoke exactly to what Sean spoke about in Hyacinth's trying to move the process along. So I would respectfully say, let's have the motion seconded. And then if there's discussion about that motion that Bambi already made, then we can have the discussion.
All right, because I really understand where Bambi's coming from.
Well,
Because, we have to really try to really get it kind of, squared away. And I do agree with that. So, if for the vote, I'm going with my vote with a yes up on it. And that's how I feel about it.
Point of order, Bambi, would you repeat your motion? Because
Yeah, I make a motion that we recommend Jill Eagley as the appointee for the Southeast Louisiana.
okay, and that's where That's already the motion to me. You don't need to make that motion. That motion is from the committee. The membership committee made motion to recommend her. That's my point, is you don't need to make that motion. That's already on the table.
Mitch has his hand raised.
Yes, Mitch.
I think what Bambi is saying is to remove the alternate. That was the original motion, was to remove, just to have an alternate to Jill. And I think Bambi's saying there should not be an alternate to Jill, that the sole recommendation should be for Jill. Am I correct in saying that, Bambi?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. So this is Chris. Yeah, Sean, you're technically correct. I understand what you're saying, but what Bambi's trying to, you're going to get to the same place, so it doesn't really matter.
Excuse me, I'm still talking.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, man.
Okay. So I asked Bambi, that's correct. So I seconded the motion, but that second has not been recognized, but that was 5 minutes ago. So I'm agreeing that we need to move the process along.
Okay,
I do agree with you.
Mitch, your second is recognized.
I'm sorry, my mistake, Randall, but I do agree with Mitch.
So Bambi's made the motion and Mitch has seconded that Jill Eagley be the sole candidate recommended for the Southeast Louisiana seat.
Thank
So
you.
that's the motion before you.
Now we open for any objections or discussion.
Yes, Liz Gary has her hand raised.
Yes, Liz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Randall and Hyacinth. I appreciate that. Bambi, I would like to thank you for clarifying what my letter stated, and that my concern was that we needed to make sure that we had a self-advocate on the council since we lost our beloved April, and that we had to have at least 7 self-advocates. And so because of that, and there was not a choice from the candidates chosen from the membership committee, I felt it was important for me, knowing that and having read the DD Act and familiar with it, that I removed my name to make sure that a self-advocate was not even an issue. I'd also like to say that there was another self-advocate that was in the mix, and I'm only stating this because I watched the membership committee meetings for 2 days. But the other concern I had was in my letter that I sent in clearly stated a lot of concerns, and one of the concerns clearly stated that I do not think that a subjective rubric, when you are basing your decision on people with and without disabilities on the same rubric, that was another point of my concern. And also when April passed away and we opened up Region 2, it should have been opened up to only people with developmental disabilities. This is what historically had been done for years, that you open it up, and even if it's Region 2 and you can open it up for the entire state to ensure that you have a good pool of people to choose from. And I also did not feel that happened. So because of that, I felt it was in the best interest of me to remove my name. And I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the fact that I was chosen as one of the candidates, but I felt it was important to step back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz.
With that, we will move on to our next set of candidates. We can scroll it down. Okay, a motion was made, recommendation was made by the membership committee to recommend Nicole Banks and Carolyn Burrell for the seat of Region 2. At this time, the full council should have received the biographical sketches of Nicole Banks and Carolyn Burrell. We're asking that the full council review the sketches and then prepare to make recommendations to be made to the governor for appointment. Recommendation was made from the committee to allow the full council to cast a vote to select who will hold the primary seat for this vacancy. Please take a moment to review the bios. Okay, at this time, we are going to take a vote. And right now, the council is voting on whose name would go up as a recommendation to fill the seat for Region 2. The other individual will serve as alternate. So at this time, I'm going to ask Hannah to step in and do a roll call. When she calls your name, you will be able to say the name of the individual that you are recommending to the governor for appointment to hold the seat.
Mike Billings has his hand raised and you have a comment from the public.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning. Could you just clarify why we're doing a roll call vote?
We're doing a roll call vote because a motion was made during the membership committee meeting to allow the full council to select whose name will go up to fill the vacancy, the seat, and then who will serve as the alternate. We wanted to allow the full council to have input and say on who's being selected for the full membership of the council. This is somewhat unprecedented because in the past, the full council did not receive biographical sketches or information on the individuals whose names were being recommended to the governor for appointment. And some comments have been made in previous full council meetings that the full council was not apprised of actually the information or the background of the individuals who were being recommended. So in the sake of transparency, for someone to cast a vote in all fairness, it would be best to allow the full council to have an idea and actually see who they're recommending to the governor for appointment. Was that a little clear? Was that clearful? Was that clear, Mike?
Yeah, I just still don't understand the purpose, but we can proceed.
Okay.
Bambi, Matt Rivera, and Mitch all have their hands raised, and you have a couple of comments.
Bambi, in that order, Bambi.
So I think that I'm like Mike, am confused by the vote. Typically we have a motion, someone will make a motion that we put one person as the recommendation and someone else as the alternate, and then there is a vote based on that. So I guess just a point of clarity, like we're kind of changing the practices here. So maybe
There were comments that were made prior, Bambi, that full council members did not have disclosure of information as to whose actual names have been recommended to the governor. The final is, of course, at the governor's discretion. And when names were submitted in the past, only names were not submitted and not any information about the actual person who was seeking the seat. Typically, when something is sent, it should be more than just a name. It should have some information about the person, their experience, for the qualifying seat. And so in an attempt to move in a direction to make sure that everyone's informed and that they actually had a say in who was being selected for council membership, we're trying to move into a process that everyone can make an informed decision on who they're actually recommending to the governor. And
And I don't
so
have a problem.
a motion could be, your motion can be entertained in that way. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying
Okay.
that motion could be entertained in that way, so that we can move the process along. That's absolutely fine. If you want to make that motion, make it in that manner, Bambi. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay. I'll let
Okay.
the other council members speak.
Okay, I don't know who's next. I think Matt was next, maybe?
Matt, yes.
Yeah, and this, I don't know, both of them seem, both Carolyn and Nicole seem very, very impressive. I just didn't know, did y'all get to meet them, and can someone speak on their behalf? And if that's too lengthy, we can, obviously not go through that whole process, but I didn't know if y'all got to meet with them and how, and if anyone can speak on their behalf.
Great, Matt. That's part of the reason why we are trying to make this process so that the full council can make an informed decision on who they're actually recommending, right? And so the membership committee is comprised of members who actually conduct phone interviews with the candidates. We had 22 applications this go around, and so we had our membership committee conduct these interviews, right? They were assigned to do these interviews. And then based on that information, there's a process, right, that was developed to try to make it more objective and support our decision for the recommendation. And so now we're at the point with doing the best that we can to show the full council that these people did go through a process, interviews were conducted, and this is a biographical sketch of what our experience was with them, as well as ask them to create their biographical sketch to inform the council what they're able to provide to the community. And so this is our attempt to make sure that the council is fully informed on who we're actually recommending to the governor for appointment. I mean, typically this is how the process goes. And so we want to just not send names up of, we want to be able to show the council that we are doing the best that we can to have a fair and transparent vetting process.
Mitch Edens has his hand raised, and Mary Tarver also has a question.
Hi, Mitch.
Hello, everyone. In this particular case, if I recall in our membership committee meeting in Region 2, these two candidates, Matt, were so closely qualified. We looked at both candidates and everybody agreed that they were their eligibility criteria was so closely matched that we could not quite decide one over the other. That's why we wanted to give the full council the opportunity to look at their applications, look at their bios, and allow the council to make the full decision between these two. My only concern, and I have a question to whomever, is to make sure that the bios for these applicants went out at least a week or so in advance to give the full council the opportunity to look at the bios, because doing it today and giving the full council a minute or two to look at these bios is not adequate time to give them the opportunity to make a decision. That's all I have to say.
Point noted, Mitch. Hannah and the staff has worked past few weeks to get bios from folks. Unfortunately, probably due to whatever situations, it has been a challenge to obtain bios from all. And but that definitely will be noted, and we will work towards in the future working harder to ensure people do follow through with the requests that were made.
Thank you.
Mary Tarver has a question.
Mary?
Hey, okay, I guess I'm confused too. I thought like the only way that the full council would vote would be if we saw all the information, because it's like the membership committee is telling us these two people had the highest score. And traditionally what we would see is one of them gets to be the candidate and the other one is the alternate. So I guess to me, I'm not voting on information that I know, even with their bios, because I don't know who else applied. And if we are trying to make sure that we're hitting all the marks on all of the people that we need, both, self-advocates and not, and racial makeup and all that, then it's almost like we need to know, 22 people applied, 7 were self-advocates, so that we know what the pool is, because I'm kind of missing the point here. Both of them, both of the people that submitted the bios, they're, like you said, they both equally seem appropriate, but we're not really, the full committee, in my opinion, is not really voting on any of this is still y'all's recommendations because we didn't see the other 22.
Good point, Mary. We are working to, how can I say this, with this membership committee process. And just for point of clarity, prior to me assuming this role and Randall assuming this role, we really did not have a full functioning system on how to even go through the membership process. And so as the membership committee continues to work to strive to develop a process and a protocol, we would take what you're saying into consideration. And I would also ask for any other recommendations to be submitted and to be considered at a later date as we continue to work to streamline and organize this membership process. And to be perfectly honest with you, we've never had anything like this because prior to, I know me coming on as well as Randall, I can only speak, none of this took place. Folks were just being recommended blindly, or let me clear that, based on, just 2 forms of obtaining information. And so as we move towards trying to streamline this process, I fully embrace your comments, Mary, and ask the full council for us to have consideration and add recommendations for membership committee process moving forward. I don't know if there's any.
Chris Rodriguez and Mitch Edens both have their hand raised, and you have a few public comments.
Chris?
Yeah, just a few comments about kind of like the broader discussion about membership. Membership's obviously incredibly important, but at least I'm sure so many of us have served on other boards and seen how this process lays out. I would just encourage folks, we need to have trust among each other and encourage folks to respect the work that is being done through these committees. Typically the way that I've seen this play out is the committee will, the nomination committee or the membership committee will come out and say, this is the process, this is what the process looks like, this is what we did, here are our recommendations. And unless there's just egregious disagreement for a very particular reason, the full council or a board should not be a rubber stamp, but we should have put processes in place and we should respect each other and our expertise to the form of like, the entire council shouldn't be vetting each individual purpose, or there's really no reason to have the membership committee. So I just like to keep folks, encourage folks to keep that in mind as we're seeing the different recommendations and things like that.
Thanks, Chris. Is that Mitch hand is up, Hannah? I'm trying to see this.
Yes, it's Mitch.
Yes, thank you, Isis. Thank you, Chris, for that comment, because you're absolutely right. And this process has not been easy at all. And Hythens is right in that we're trying our best to streamline this and to be transparent. It's a very difficult process. And just one last comment, because we need to move along, is keeping in mind we had to also take into consideration that we're trying to make sure that we're diversifying and staying in compliance with our diversity and our self-advocates and our parents, the various types of members on the membership on the council. So it was very, very challenging. And we're in the midst of a pandemic trying to do all of this. So everybody just be patient. We are really trying to be transparent and doing the best job that we can. So, but thanks for everybody's comment. And we do appreciate the feedback and we want to hear from you. So make those recommendations and we'll take them into consideration.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mitch, for that comment.
You have a few public comments whenever y'all are ready.
Okay, open up to public, Hannah.
Okay, Charlie Michelle says, I may have missed this point of information, but were these bios available to the full council members prior to this meeting? It seems like taking a minute or two to make a recommendation may be less than optimal in terms of making an informed choice. Thanks. Liz Gary says, I would also ask that my letter be submitted to the governor and put on the record for the council. Karanda said, only one of the candidates has been active in attending the DD council meetings. That was Miss Burrell. Liz Gary says, maybe you need to reopen Region 2 for further self-advocates to apply and not choose today. Karanda said, are we recognizing the letter regarding the Hispanic parent advocate for the DD council? And you have Karanda with her hand raised.
Ms. Karanda?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the
Yes,
floor,
you
Ms.
have the
Karanda.
Okay, because I'm using a different device. My apologies. Okay.
That's okay.
I actually was inquiring if the DD council is taking into consideration the letter that I submitted on yesterday in regards to Ms. Gary not being Region 1 and 9, because we actually had a Hispanic parent advocate that was actually in that region that I think may have been an oversight by our committee when it came to actually choosing the individual. And that letter was actually in alignment with the federal requirement that that federal requirement letter was submitted in May of 2019, as well as January of this year. And they stated that we would lose our federal funding if we did not adhere to that requirement by the DD Act. They also stated that we would be closely, that we actually understood that with that letter, that I was only trying to make sure that we actually make a really great good faith effort to make sure that we had inclusion and diversity represented on our council. That was in the agreement as far as in the membership requirements, section 125B1C of the DD Act, which is 42 U.S.C. 15025, which states in part that the membership of the council shall be geographically representative of the state and reflect the diversity of the state with respect to race and ethnicity. And as the membership rotates, they strongly encourage the council to continue engaging with the appointments office to ensure gender, racial, and ethnic diversity of the council is fully in line with the DD Act expectations. So I'm requesting that the DD council not only read my letter in record and add that into the minutes, but that my letter, along with those two federal letters, be provided to our governor. So when he actually see our appointees, that he actually know that we're recommending these individuals according to our federal requirements, as well as to ensure that we keep our federal funding. So I do strongly urge and encourage our DD council to adhere to that. And I know that Ms. Gary would like her appointment to be recognized, but unfortunately, that's not in line with what our federal requirements require. And federal supersedes anything else. And our funding we do not want to jeopardize that.
Thank you, public, for your comments. If we do not have any other comments at this time from the council, we would like to move forward and with the agenda. Thank you for the entire public for all of your comments. Your information has been noted. And again, thank you.
Carmen Setnar from the council said, let the record show that I am an Hispanic parent advocate from Region 4.
Thank you, Carmen. Okay, so now we want to move on. There's a motion that was on the floor. To make that motion, you want to make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor?
Is that in regards to Region 2?
That's in regards to Region 2. You
I
want
don't
to
have a
amend?
particular preference, but if no one is going to make a motion on a preference, then I would just make a motion that both names are submitted to the governor and let the choice be his. If no one, but if someone wants to make a motion on a preference, then we could allow that.
Mitch has his hand raised.
Mitch, then Rosalind.
I would make the motion that we recommend Nicole Banks as the primary candidate so that we can continue to move towards diversifying the council. It's my understanding that we still need Black female candidates on the council. And I think that may have been a strong consideration in our membership committee meeting to recommend her. So that would be my recommendation for Nicole Banks as the primary candidate and Carolyn Burrell as an alternate candidate.
Mitch, they're both Black females.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you, but your point is.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize that.
Do I have a second for Mitchell's motion?
Well, let me clarify my motion then, Hyacinth. My motion would be to, again, they are both Black females, which is good because we're going to diversify whomever's chosen. But my primary recommendation would be for Nicole Banks and the alternate be Carolyn Burrell for the sake of moving it along.
Well, I would second that one of Mitch.
Motion was made by Mitch, seconded by Rosalind.
And I do agree with him.
Any objections? Any abstentions?
Patty Baravecchio abstains. I lost my connection for a good chunk of the dialogue.
Patty abstain.
In the comments, Jill Hano also asked to abstain, as did Crystal White.
Okay, noted. Motion. Looks like Kim Basil. Looks like Kim abstained as well.
Yes.
Sorry, who seconded the motion?
Rosalind.
I did.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Motion carried. Thank you. That concludes the membership committee report.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So next on our list is the executive director search. And the committee has met a number of times since our last meeting. And the important thing to report is that we have selected an agency to assist us, and that is Lano. And can somebody help me with the acronym exactly? But they're a nonprofit group that is helping us to conduct our search, and we have begun. I've actually spoken with them, or with our person who will be assigned to us, in helping us to get candidates' resumes together and get the job posted, which we're working toward doing now. I believe it's looking pretty much like we will have another search meeting probably the first week of August, because the lady who I believe her name is Kay Irby, and she is getting some things together to share with us in regard to getting together a job description, which we did do, but she has some suggestions on how to better improve it, how to promote it. And so we're moving in that direction. So very, very soon we will call for applications and have the job posted. So we are moving along pretty quickly there. And Leno has, we are working on their contract still. So there are still, it still has to be approved formally by the Department of Health, which we're under. But we are working, we've pretty much got the contract, I believe, negotiated to our liking and to theirs, so we're in agreement. So that's moving along at a pretty good pace. And again, we'll talk about all of that at the meeting, which we can hopefully convene the first week of August. But if anybody has any particular questions, feel free to ask me. Okay, no questions? Hearing none.
Rosalind has her hand up. Randall.
Yes, Rosalind.
All right, how many applications had went out total?
We haven't put any applications. I mean, we haven't accepted applications yet. What we were working to do and what we did do is select an agency to help us to gather applications from people. So we're working on a contract, getting together a contract with them. It looks like we tentatively agreed to one, and we're waiting for final approval from the Department of Health, which we're technically housed under. And once that's finalized, we'll have a full contract in place. But they have begun to help us in agreement. They've begun to help us to draft or recommend changes to our job description for the job, and as well as give us some feedback and get feedback from us on how best to advertise the vacancy, so they can hit the ground running when the contract is approved, because I have no reason to think it won't eventually be approved by the department. So it's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we will really succeed, because I feel really confident about it. And I'm hoping that all of us will be successful in this one particular thing.
We agree. Thank you. If there are no other questions, then I'll move to the.
Jill has her hand raised.
Who? Pardon?
Jill.
Yes, Jill.
You said y'all chose Lano is the one. You said y'all chose Lano is to help with the search?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, Randall.
thank you.
You have a few public comments whenever you would like those.
Okay.
Charlie Michelle says, is there an estimated date for making the decision to fill the position?
We discussed that, Charlie, and our hope is that we can, and we sort of roughed out a timeline as a committee, and we're hoping to be able to bring either the top two or top three candidates before this council for a vote at our January 2021 meeting is what we're shooting for. And when I talked to our point person at Lano, Miss Kay Irby, I believe is her name. When I spoke with her at length the other day, she said that would not be an issue, that they would do their best to meet that goal that we'd set. So of course we don't know how long it will take to get approval from LDH for the formal contract. So that will obviously play a role in that decision, but she seemed optimistic we could meet that timeline fairly easily, especially if we sort of hit the ground running, which she is willing and able to do. So that's where we are with that. So hopefully the January 2021 meeting, you all will have the top 2 or 3 candidates to vote on.
Cody Wilson also left a comment.
Can you read it for me, please?
Yes, she said this may clear up any diversity concerns. Louisiana demographics according to the most recent ACS, the racial composition of Louisiana. And then it has a list of each demographic with its percentage. Do you want me to read each one?
Yes.
Okay. White, 62.21%. Black or African American, 32.23%. 2 or more races, 1.96%. Asian, 1.71%. Other race, 1.30%. Native American, 0.56%. Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, 0.03%.
Thank you for that information, Cody.
Randall, I'd just like to, in those statistics, the white includes Hispanic, which is about a little over 5%. So
thank you for that clarification, sir.
I'd also, just for the record, Kim abstained from the previous motion on the membership, just for the public record. She's recorded as such.
Thank you. Okay, and so are there any other questions with regard to our executive director search? All right, thank you all. Our next committee to discuss is our fiscal year 2021 planning, our ad hoc committee for the year. And that committee met. We had a very good discussion. I believe we voted on our recommendation, did we not? Or we set our guidelines, and that all went very well. I don't have it directly in front of me. I thought I did. Sean, do we have that we can put up?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Randall, what are you asking me for?
The FY21 planning ad hoc committee.
The motions, I'm sorry, I'm on them.
Right.
It is 1 o'clock, sir. I just making sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to move it along quickly, and that went very well. That discussion went very well, and we do have a draft to consider adopting from that committee, and there it is linked. I think it's in your packet, and unfortunately I can't seem to find mine at the moment. But there's a motion to be considered from that committee, which we met twice over a 2-day period. And what's the motion? I can't see it.
The motion is to adopt the plan for FY21. This plan runs from October 1st of this year to September 30th of next year. It is the 5th year of y'all current 5-year plan cycle.
Right. And so this is the last year of the 5-year cycle, which is why we have our next discussion, which is the 5-year ad hoc planning committee coming up. But we do need to pass this this recommendation to cover our final year of the current 5-year plan, which is FY21. So can you move that motion up for me so I can see it? Thank you, sir. And again, this is the motion from your ad hoc committee for the 2021 Planning Committee recommendations. I still can't see the motion on your screen. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. I can see part of it. The fiscal year 2021 Planning Committee recommends that the council to consider granting the executive committee I think it's the authority, is it not?
You need to pass the plan first. So I'm not sure what is not
I'm sorry.
on my screen. My screen reads that FFY 2021 Planning Committee recommends the council consider adopting the draft FFY.
Right, and it's linked there, and I don't have my draft in front of me, unfortunately. It's buried in my papers here, and I apologize for that. Can you click that link so they can see it?
I can go share. I'll go share that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So these were the recommendations, and we worked off what some of our goals and activities already were, and expounded on those. And of course, you can see the values we're recommending for each activity listed there. And so I would need a motion to pass this for our FY 2021 plan, which again is the final year of our current 5-year plan we're talking about. So you can see the values listed there. And again, we had good, robust discussion among the members of the committee. And if any member of the committee wants to talk about their experience, I would recommend it. And please do so. But you can see there our full plan of activities and the recommended listed dollar amounts.
Randall, there was one comment about activity 2.7.3. I sent it to you earlier. This activity was specific to police, and
yes,
during the discussion, it was more, some people had wondered about whether it should be more inclusive of first responders.
I do remember that, yes. And we need to ask if we want to amend that to reflect that. I would recommend doing so. But that's up to the council to decide to amend to include first responders in that activity as well.
Bambi has her hand raised, and you have a few.
Yes,
public
Bambi.
comments.
Yes,
So
Bambi.
is the process now that this has been recommended from this committee, and so we just have to, we don't need a motion or a second? Is that correct?
I don't believe we do. No, it's from the committee.
Correct. But may I, Randall, if you want to change anything, you have to make a motion to amend what is currently.
Correct.
presented.
I was just about to make that point, Sean. Thank you. We can change anything here. This is our recommendation, the committee's recommendation to the council. So the council has the right and authority to change anything you see before you. We just need a motion to do it. And I am recommending, that someone did make the recommendation that activity 2.73 include first responders. And that, I recommend we make that change and include them in that activity.
So I'll make that recommendation to amend it, activity 2.7.3 to include first responders. And also just like to comment that we need to move through this process once we do
Right.
this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So do I have a second to Bambi's motion to amend activity 2.73 to move, to add first responders to the language for the activity? Do you have a second for that?
I'll second it. This is Chris.
Thank you, Chris. So Bambi makes the motion to add first responders and Chris seconds. Do I have any discussion?
You have some public comment. Some of them don't necessarily reference that topic.
Are they relevant to this? Because if they're not, let's get it after this.
I'm not exactly sure if it would be considered relevant. It's regarding the plan. I'm not sure if it's that activity though.
Oh, okay. Let's vote on this particular activity and then you can share the comments about the rest of the plan. Unless it's to do with this particular activity. So check that out real quick and see, make sure.
It's regarding supported decision-making.
Okay, but we'll get to that after this activity's been voted, changed. So as long as you don't see any others related to this particular activity, we'll get to that next. Okay, do I have any discussion of this motion, which is to change the language or add to the language first responders in this activity?
Looks like Lillian has her hand raised.
Yes, Lillian has her
Yes,
hand.
Lillian. Yes, Lillian, you have the floor.
In this activity, in regards to having trainings for first responders, can we also add having a corresponding training for people with disabilities on how to interact with law enforcement?
We surely can.
Thank you.
So would you accept a friendly amendment to your motion, Bambi, to add that? Bambi, are you there?
Is she still with us?
I don't know. Okay, yes, Lynn, we can add that. So Sean, do we need another motion to add, or we can add
Bambi,
the language?
Yeah, I'm just do a substitute amendment to the amendment or whatever, and you
There
can
you
just
go.
include changing police to first responders. And I mean, I have a few different things open. What I'm going to do is show you all a document in its entirety. It might make it kind of easier for y'all to process. Because without that, I feel like it would be difficult for y'all to see if I just showed y'all the amendment. So I'm going to show y'all another document with the amended language as Lillian's amendment would read in red. Lillian, you in agreement with that? Oh, wait, and I need to use the word and. Sorry.
Did y'all ask if I was okay with amending my amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
I
yeah.
did ask that. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Amy. Yes.
So if I can, the amendment's just going to be by Bambi, seconded by Lillian. I'm going to add all this to the amendment, if that's okay, permissible.
That's fine with me.
That's fine.
Okay. So you just need discussion and a vote.
Do we have any discussion of the amended motion as it's written before you? Hearing none. Do we?
Hi,
have
hi. So this is like coming from Bambi and Lillian as
Yeah.
well.
Yes.
So is it like, so that's two into one, if I'm understanding?
It's
Right.
Bambi's original motion, and Lillian added some language to it for training for people with developmental disabilities on how to interact with first responders. And so that's currently our motion. So it's a motion by Bambi, seconded by Lillian, to amend activity 2.7.3 to change police to first responders and add training for people with developmental disabilities on how to interact with first responders. That's our motion. So unless we have some very, very pressing matters against this, I would recommend that we, in the interest of time, move quickly to vote on it. So unless.
I just wanted to make sure, following right.
Sure, and thank you for your question. But
You're welcome.
in the interest of time, unless someone has an absolute objection to this, I would encourage, let's move to a vote on the matter. And so do I have any further discussion of this motion as you see it before you? Hearing none, do I have any abstentions to this motion? Does anybody on the council abstain from this motion? Hearing none, do I have any objections to this motion?
Oh.
Do I have anyone on the council who objects to this motion? Hearing none, this motion carries. Thank you. Now, we had some comments on the plan, Hannah, other areas of the plan.
Yes, one is from Karanda. It's a question. She said, for FY21, can we remove supported decision-making considering it's a new law with very little information, as well as their proposal was not submitted in the required timeframe?
We can entertain that. Does someone want to make a motion to that effect?
Chris Rodriguez has his hand up.
Yes, Chris.
So a point of clarification, and I was part of the planning committee, and I think I remember this correctly. We entertained kind of the activities, but we did not approve specific applications or contracts. Is that right, Sean?
That is correct. I think there's some confusion on that, so I'm glad I guess you brought that up. There's, and mind y'all, missing the April meeting put everybody at a huge disadvantage. What we do is we put out proposals for concepts, and that's just ideas on what should be done. Sometimes those have dollar amounts, and we ask for dollar amounts, and those are great because it gives y'all guidance in terms of about what would the cost be anticipated. But the person who submits the concept is not necessarily the person who will get the contract to perform that activity. So the second step, and Randall's going to ask for this later, but just because of the shortened time frame and the other requirements that y'all are bound by, is usually y'all would vote on this in April. It would give us 3 months to collect more information and come back to y'all with more details. And trust me, things do change a lot over time in terms of who can do what. But y'all would ratify or finalize the plan at this meeting. But between the April and July meeting, we would solicit proposals for actual people to be considered as contractors. And so, does that help? Because there's there's been a lot of confusion in that. Now, I'll give y'all an example. Y'all have the post-secondary Inclusive Education Alliance that right now Southeastern has. Well, that was a concept, I think, Hyacinth brought forth last January, not this January, last January. We put it out there, but it didn't matter who proposed the idea. When we submit the solicitation proposals for to execute it is when the contract will be decided, not at this stage at all.
So I guess to the point of one of the reasons, so we really don't need to take into consideration when the concept was provided to the committee with respect to determining whether or not we want to move forward, right?
No, and y'all have to, I would say y'all should, y'all really have to at every time consider all information going into your plan. Because some of these, oftentimes initiatives don't pan out the way you would want, and there's additional funds, and so y'all have to come up with additional activities or directions to consider. So no, that's correct, Chris. You're absolutely correct. Any other questions or thoughts? Thanks for the clarity.
Ashley McReynolds has a public comment.
Yes, Ashley, you have the floor.
Why wouldn't anyone want training on a new law that provides a new and amazing opportunity for Louisiana families?
Thank you.
Karonda also has a question.
Yes, Karonda.
Can we also address adding daycare/care centers for children with disabilities in rural areas?
If someone wants to make a motion to that effect, we certainly can.
Rosalind has her hand raised.
Yes, Rosalind.
I would like to really make that kind of motion for it.
You would like to make that motion? Okay.
Yes, I would.
So Rosalind makes the motion to add.
To add it. Yeah.
Rural areas. Did I have that right, Sean?
So Rosalind, what is your motion?
What was it, Randall? To add on,
She liked Karonda's suggestion, I believe, Sean, and so.
Add childcare in rural areas?
Yes.
Like training childcare centers? I guess they would need to.
Yeah, that's the one, Sean, because I'm thinking that if for a child or even for I guess for their minds to really grow as they growing up, I want their mind to grow as well.
Thank you, Rosalind. Do we have a second to Rosalind's motion? And Sean, do you need clarification from Karonda on the language?
Well, I mean, I could put that language. Y'all will need, if y'all do another contractual activity, y'all have to decide which contractual activity to take funds from.
Right, right.
You can't just add and add and add. You have to.
Right, I understand.
Yep.
bearing that
I
in
can
mind,
understand that too. That's why
does any-
I'm asking that.
does anybody want to second Rosalind's motion?
Chris
Does anybody
Rodriguez, his hand raised.
Who?
Chris Rodriguez.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Chris, you have the floor.
So just another point of clarity. I know that we went through and we signed all these concepts and we made those decisions to make the recommendation to the council. We also assigned them dollar amounts, didn't we, Sean?
Yes, we did. Yes.
So I'm not stating an opinion on the current. I think child support enroller is incredibly important. But if we start adding things kind of from the floor here, if you will, is the intention that we'll go back in, the committee will go back in and reallocate funds? Because I know that or how does that work? So as we
No, we would have to, we would have to take from something we have listed there today and add the dollar amount. We take from something listed there to the new activity or the new amended concept.
Right. So is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Y'all are under a very tight timeline to pass this.
Very tight.
Like today. And
yes,
in fact, the next motion is going to be granting the executive committee the authority to finish the work after we put it out for public comment 45 days from now. And y'all can all participate in that meeting, but I would discourage y'all from trying to all meet to vote on it just because of logistics.
Right. So should we be keeping in mind as we add things like this concept that it is taking away from something else in there?
You will,
yes,
sir. You will have to take away something, or you will, in order to, if you devote any more money, you have to take away from something else. Yes, sir.
I guess the question is, if we approve right now as we're entertaining this motion to add a new concept, what is the repercussions of that?
Well, we don't have a second.
Right.
At present, we don't have a second to the motion. But if we get a second, then we would have to decide where the money how much money for that concept, and then where would that money come from in relation to the other activities we have listed there? Where would we pull from? Where would we pull that money from?
Right. And we did
don't have that money to give to it. We'd have to decide where we would take away in order to add any concept.
And we didn't have to do that with Lillian's recommendation because we were just adding a group of people.
Language.
We already approved, right? Okay.
Correct. It wasn't money, it was just language.
That's
Now,
all very helpful.
I
Thank you.
would say we have the 5-year plan committee coming up as well. And that's a very good suggestion, and it might well be better entertained in our 5-year plan because we're not under as tight a time frame as we are with our 1-year plan. Thanks to the COVID shutdown, we have to approve this. We have to approve some plan for 2021 today. We must. And so if Corona is agreeable, we have more time in the 5-year plan. We could certainly consider that, and that committee has a lot more time to discuss and get proposals than this one would. I know that's a longer wait, but it would allow for it to still be considered and part of our activities. It just would give more time for it to happen, potentially. Do I have a second to Rosalind's motion? Okay, I don't hear one, so we don't have a motion before you on that.
Raised.
I'm sorry, Hannah, you cut out.
Oh, Kim Bazil has her hand raised.
Yes, Kim.
Randall, I was actually going to suggest moving it to the 5 years. So can we make a friendly, what do you call it? Amendment to the motion? And instead of it being in the 1 year, since that has to go today, if we could move it to the 5 year, if Rosalind is okay with that.
Hyacinth also has her hand raised.
Yes, Hyacinth.
I have a motion on the floor and I'm going to second Rosalind's motion.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if we're going to entertain discussion once it was second, but I second Rosalind.
Yeah, we will now entertain discussion of the motion.
Okay.
Since we have a second. Do I have discussion of the motion? Further discussion of Rosalind's motion seconded by Hyacinth.
Mitch Idens and Chris Rodriguez have their hands raised.
Mitch, you first and then Chris.
I would just make a motion that we amend this to include this proposal in the 5-year plan.
If Rosalind's agreeable to that, I think that would be okay.
Yes, I can agree on that.
Okay.
Do you need a second on that, Randall?
I think we do, don't we, Sean?
I'm gonna put Mitch as doing a substitute motion and Rosalind.
Okay.
because
All
that's-
right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate.
I second Mitch's motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And double thank you for me.
Here's your motion, sir, the substitute motions, where we are right now.
Thank you. So currently before us, we have a motion by Mitch and seconded by Rosalind to request that the federal fiscal year 2022 through 2026 Planning Ad Hoc Committee consider adding training for child care centers in rural areas to the plan. Do I have any discussion of this motion? Do I have any abstentions to this motion? Hearing none, do I have any objections to this motion? Hearing none, the motion has carried. Thank you.
You're back to the original motion to pass the plan as amended.
Okay, and so can we put the plan back up on the screen so they can take
Do
one
you want
last look at it?
You want the plan?
Yes. If you have it.
Sean, you just read my mind. Randall, you just read my mind.
Okay. I mean, it's just like it's many pages, 8 pages, so I don't know.
Right, it is 8 pages long.
I will-
And
I'll-
it,
Go ahead.
and I will say again, we spent 2 days, your committee spent 2 days working to put these objectives in place and put the dollar figures with it. And we of course had public input as well. So I think it's a pretty solid plan. And I would encourage its passage because we desperately need to get this process moving. We have to have some objectives and activities in place for 2021 plans today. So unless you have a really something you object to listed here, I would strongly urge passage today.
Excuse me, Randall.
Yes,
Hey,
right.
when, and Sean, can you kind of stroll back down for a second, Sean?
Yes,
Please?
back up to which, just tell me when to stop, ma'am.
Because it's something that caught my eye for the, with the $55 plan, so it had the 50 to it. Yeah, that one.
This one?
Oh, right there, yeah. So, why would that be for the FY for the 20? Would be that, yes, that one, Sean. Why would that be so much into the $5,000 one? Why is that so high up there for this one right here, for the skills? That's the one that caught my attention on.
You want me to answer?
Do you see what I'm talking about, Chris?
Yeah, so there were a number of proposals on training for people with relationships and sexual abuse and exploitation that the committee considered. And there is significant interest in ensuring, I mean, that's one of the core functions of the council, is to making sure people with developmental disabilities are protected from abuse and exploitation. And so they've increased this from, I think it was $32,000. I have to look at last year's plan, but I think it was 30. It used to be 26. I think last year was 32. Those trainings.
So what could we really do about, hey, I'm sorry I cut you short on it. So could we ever solve this one from the from $55,000, or could we have to really have it at that amount? Or could we ever look into it?
I think maybe I'd like Chris to respond, because they just did, study this, but they've learned that training and education of people is necessary to ensure at a minimum that they are protected from abuse and exploitation. And so it's kind of like education, Rosalind. I think you could have training every year on it and always hit new people who would need it. The council, the planning ad hoc increase the amount of funds based on feedback from, we did a number of.
How far does it go from this one total of that? How far does it go back? Does it go back or does it go forward?
It goes forward. It goes forward. This is from October 1st to September 30th of next year.
Oh, all right, because for me, it just caught my attention. And, I wanted to see why it's going like this, the way it is. Does that consider it for all handicaps or just some handicapped people with a disability?
It's for developmental disabilities in particular, people with developmental disabilities. And we've had a lot of success, and every year we keep adding to the amount we contribute to this activity because we're getting tremendous public feedback from the trainings that are done. And so the committee felt strongly that we had the ability to add to it what you see before you, and we felt we should, and so we did. And I would strongly urge its passage.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to find out because it caught my interest.
I understand, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's why I wanted to really, find out more and more about it. I want to
I
go,
understand. And if you have any further questions,
that's about
after
it.
today, you can always call me or Sean and ask, and we'll be happy to talk about any area that you're curious about. But
Yeah,
unless you
I
have a
am
strong
curious.
objection,
Yeah, I
okay,
want to look more into it.
we certainly will help you do that. But
I do appreciate it.
I strongly urge to vote for it. And I don't usually take positions to tell the council what to do. But in this case, we are extremely pressed for time. We must have a 2021 plan. Your committee spent 2 whole days on this endeavor, and we had a great public discussion around it. I'm confident in these recommendations, and I strongly urge the council to pass this plan.
And maybe I could go ahead and get with Chris on that, and maybe I could get with you and I could look into it a little bit more and get more information from you. Is there a way I could get with you though, Chris, on that?
Yeah, definitely. And I'll talk about it a little bit during the during my report out later on today.
Okay, thanks. And thank you, Chris.
Randall, we, just a point of reference, we've been going for 2.5 hours. I'm getting multiple. Asking for.
I'm trying to.
You want to do a vote before the break or after?
I mean, let's vote. I mean, unless someone has an abstraining objection to this plan, let's call for a vote. Hearing no objection, let's move to a vote. Do I have any abstentions to this motion? Any objections to this motion? Hearing none, this motion is carried. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
May I recommend we take a break before you finish the motions of this committee, please?
Yes, sir, you may.
Okay.
It's a 10-minute break, so let's reconvene at 1:48.
Hey, Chris, how can I get in touch with you on that?
Do you have my email?
I think I have you. I found you on Facebook.
Okay, just shoot me a message. We'll connect.
Okay, then. That sounds
Okay,
good by me.
enjoy your break. We'll see you back here at 1:48.
Randall, can I ask just for maybe a 25-minute break? People are not eating lunch. I have people.
We need longer than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know
That's
if
fine.
long enough. Yeah, so at least 25 is what I would suggest.
You want to just say a 30-minute break?
You're in charge, sir.
Let's do a 30-minute break.
Thank you.
I had requested, Chris, I requested you on Facebook. I don't know if you have seen.
I'll check it out.
All right. Because that caught my eye in that though.
Mary, what are you doing? Do I sound like God when I do that?
I'm getting ready to go crazy. Yes, it is. Just let me go crazy.